me to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of our honorable dignitaries. Mr. Doran Avni, Vice President of Government Affairs and Public Policy for Emerging Markets at Google. His Excellency Dr. Habtamu Itefa Jeleta, Minister of Water and Energy for Ethiopia. His Excellency Professor Amon Murwira, Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education, Innovation, Science and Technology Development for Zimbabwe. Her Excellency Dr. Monique Nsanzabangwa, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Executive Secretary for the Economic Commission for Africa, and UN Under-Secretary General, Mr. Clave Gatete, His Excellency Belete Mola, Minister of ICT for Ethiopia, Honorable Mr. Tulaganyo Segeko, Minister of Communications for Knowledge and Technology of the Republic of Botswana, His Excellency Dr. Yvon Butera, State Minister of Health for Rwanda, His Excellency Dr. Abra Adunga, State Minister of Water and Energy for Ethiopia, and His Excellency Nardos Bekele Thomas, CEO of the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Africa Business Forum held in the wonderful city of Addis Ababa in the UNECA Conference Center. This year, under the theme, Boosting Africa's Transformation Through Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation. We stand on the precipice of a new era for Africa. This gathering is on the margins of the 37th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union, and it is definitely more than a forum. This is a testament to the power of unity and foresight when it comes to shaping the future of our African continent. This forum has consistently been a catalyst for progress, facilitating vital dialogue between the public sector and the private sector. Now today, as we emphasize the transformative power of education as a key to unlock the power and potential of our youth, preparing a skilled workforce, as well as ensuring that Africa is not just a participant, but a leader in the global economy. My name is Tanya Habimana. I'm an anchor at CNBC Africa, and today it is my absolute honor to serve you as your MC. Now, on a day-to-day basis, I have the privilege of covering Africa's biggest financial and economic stories. And one thing is true, is that when we talk about education, science, technology, and innovation, it isn't just beneficial for our communities and our countries, it's beneficial for our economies. So as we engage in today's discussion, we want you all to keep a spirit of commitment to ensure that we are not just talking, but we're also driving real and tangible results. Now, as you may have seen coming through here, we had technology in action through interactive, augmented reality installations over here to the left. And to the right, we've also got the Google stations where you can experience the power of technology in doing things such as flood mitigation and forecasting, disaster relief, using technology to the benefit of our societies and our economies. So during the breaks, as we go through the days and as we go through the day and you engage with one another, we want to encourage you to really make the most of this day. Now, without further ado, it is my absolute honor to introduce to stage one of the key figures in spearheading and championing today's agenda. Executive Secretary for the Economic Commission for Africa and UN Under-Secretary General, Mr. Clave Gatete, for opening remarks. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Yeah, Excellency, Honorable Turanganyo Segoka, Minister of Communication, Knowledge and Technology of the Republic of Botswana, who is also representing his president, Mr. Doran Avni, the Vice President for government affairs and public policy for emerging markets of Google. Google has been on the market for quite some time. Honorable ministers here present, distinguished guests, I see so many of you. I see CD from Badea, I see Tadesse from TDB. I see my good friend, Professor Neil Turk, who has been on the market for quite some time and who started the Africa Institute for Mathematical Sciences. I see so many from the United States Chamber of Commerce. I see many others who are good friends here. You are most welcome. Technology is what we are going to be discussing today. And because of that, it gives me really a great pleasure to welcome you all to the 7th edition of the Africa Business Forum on the theme, Boosting Africa's Transformation through Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation. It is an obvious choice because technology and innovation are the central tenets to achieving the Agenda 2063 and SDGs, all of which are currently off track. The forum theme is also aligned with the African Union theme of the year, which is education. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when you look around us today, it is clear that Africa cannot become a global solutions powerhouse without innovation. Investment in science, technology, and innovation is necessary for job creation, boosting productivity, and enhancing competitiveness. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are helping to address some of the critical social and economic challenges confronting many of our countries. For example, artificial intelligence is making it possible for small trade farmers in remote areas to determine where to plant, fertilizer inputs, crop yields, pricing, and many more. We cannot also realize the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement without science, technology, and innovation. Indeed, there is no denying that Africa has made significant strides in some of the specific fields. For example, we have witnessed a 6-fold increase in broadband access between 2010 and 2022. Increased internet access is boosting financial inclusion across the continent. In 2022, mobile money usage resulted in transactions worth over 800 billion US dollars, representing 2/3 of global transactions. Overall, the digital economy is expected to contribute 6% of GDP by 2025 and 10% by 2050. Yet, while we can celebrate this, it represents just a drop in the ocean of the possibilities for economic transformation. The potential of Africa's digital economy is enormous. However, realizing this potential rests on closing critical gaps in digital skills, data generation and utilization, and the requisite infrastructure that is required. That's why this discussion today is so important. We need practical solutions to change today's present and secure tomorrow's future. We must find workable answers to critical questions, such as how do we bridge the gap of the 650 million workers that need to be trained or retrained in digital skills by 2030? How do we create 16 to 20 million jobs a year for young people? How do we make digital technologies more affordable? For example, it costs up to 5% of gross national income per capita for mobile data in Africa, compared to a global average of 1.5% elsewhere. If we are to be competitive, we must reduce costs and innovate. Boosting innovation will require significant investments to modernize our education and increase research and development outputs. Currently, 75% of our youth do not possess the required digital skills to fully participate in the digital economy, and only 50% of countries incorporate computer skills as part of their curriculum. Our conversations today, therefore, should not only be about how many are schooled, but rather how many are skilled and measures that strengthen inclusivity in our education system. Furthermore, while there has been a proliferation of technology startups, we know that many fail due to lack of investment and stifling business environment. Therefore, we must make it easier for the private sector to operate and succeed. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, change will not happen without leadership at all levels. This forum, therefore, is a platform for the public and private sectors to find solutions for Africa's transformation. We will hear how Trailblazers are lighting the way to a brighter future. We will discuss scalability and the replicability of transformative initiatives that could make Africa a powerhouse for solutions. We will engage in frank discussions on how to partner with the private sector to steer Africa's tech and STEM future. What we say and agree to do will matter immensely to ensure Africa's voice is heard in critical fora, such as the Global Digital Compact process and the forthcoming Summit of the Future that will take place with world leaders in September this year. Excellencies, distinguished guests, today is not about more conferences, statements, or pledges. We've had enough of those already. It is about agreeing on our compact for change for the 1.4 billion people in Africa who expect much more from us. It is about creating opportunities to drive prosperity for all. This surely is the global plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. Finally, let me conclude by thanking our partners, the Africa Export-Import Bank, Google, MasterCard Foundation, Trade and Development Bank, Global Partnership for Education, Transition Holdings, and Africa Investor Group for making this event possible. We'll always continue to count on you for further support as we take this business in the future. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your poignant opening remarks, Executive Secretary. We would now like to proceed with remarks by Mr. Doran Avni, Vice President of Government Affairs and Public Policy Emerging Markets at Google. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency, Executive Secretary Gatete, ambassadors and representatives of the diplomatic corps, distinguished guests. Good morning. I'm Doran Avni, Vice President of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google. My sincere gratitude to the UNECA team. They've done an amazing job, superb collaboration. I'm really proud of what you've put together. It's an honor to be here. Though my work spans over roughly 100 countries worldwide, Africa's dynamism and innovation always stand out to me. Boundless potential, rapidly growing population, increasingly urbanized continent, a lot of potential here. This year's theme, focusing on boosting Africa transformation, couldn't have been more timely. Artificial intelligence is a powerful lever of that transformation. AI fundamentally change how we perceive the world, how we deal with global challenges, how we promote economic growth, unlocking possibilities that we'd never dreamed we could unlock before. Many of us use AI on a regular basis. If you use Google Search and Maps, and I hope you do and love those products, you're using AI. If you manage to find your way into this hall, you've probably been using a very friendly AI navigator. Google has been an AI-first company for many years. AI has already transformed some of our products. One of the products I love the most is Google Translate, which is already available in 133 languages, including, by the way, many African languages like Zulu, Amharic, Swahili. These technological breakthroughs bridge communication gaps and make the world a smaller place, providing access to information across the globe. Today, we're at an exciting innovation and technological inflection point in AI development. We have the opportunity to make AI even more helpful for people, for businesses, for communities, for everyone. Perhaps the most compelling development in AI that I'm sure you're all been hearing about is the rise of large language models that provide, these models provide the basis for generative AI technologies. These technologies generate increasingly sophisticated human-like responses when prompted. And this development will make AI even more capable and helpful. We recently announced at Google our most capable generative AI model, which is called Gemini, which now supports 40 languages, including Swahili. And this brings the power of advanced conversational AI to Swahili speakers for tasks like coding or general knowledge inquiries. And you'll be able to engage with Bard in our displays outside. I would like to briefly discuss how Google is looking and dealing with this new AI world and how we're thinking about this in Africa. I will touch on the broad implication to society and the economy, some of the challenges, and the opportunities for partnerships. At Google, we're thinking about realizing the potential of AI, and we're framing this under 3 words: bold, responsible, and together. We must advance AI boldly. That means creating new transformative tools and technologies that can do good. That also means making AI and building AI for Africa, by Africa. That Africans don't just use AI, but actually create it. That's why we launched our Google Research Center in Ghana and expanded to Kenya. These centers bring together global and African expertise, laying the foundations for an AI-powered future that will benefit Africa and the world. A good example of our early work there, which was already mentioned here, is flood detection, which is now available across 23 African countries. Using powerful AI models, we can forecast floods and alert people after 7 days before the flood hits. This technology actually saves lives every day. To fully leverage on the potential of AI, governments must reinvent and invest AI in education. Building an AI-ready workforce calls for a collaborative effort by society, civil society, government, private sector, and of course, educational institutions. Our joint goal should be to build 3 levels of AI fluency. AI learners with basic AI literacy skills. AI implementers who actually use the technology themselves in their day-to-day work. And AI innovators who can help shape how the technology evolves using deep technological expertise. We already have some good examples of private-public partnerships when it comes to digital skilling. So it's up to us to leverage these best practices as we pivot to focus more on AI. Since 2017, Google has trained over 6 million people in Africa across 25 countries with digital skills, including a very strong and beneficial collaboration with the African Union. In Kenya, we partnered with the Ministry of Education to develop the Android Developer Skills Master Plan for vocational schools. This program, which is now being funded by the government, will be targeting up to 8,000 developers graduating annually. African-led innovation is also transforming the creative sector. In Africa, Google and YouTube has been a long-standing commitment, to African creators. YouTube is exporting Africa culture and music to the world, like we witnessed the rise of K-pop into the international arena. Now we're witnessing a peak of another major musical phenomena, the Afrobeats, who are going beyond Africa into the international charts. Google Arts and Culture has also had a good history and a very fruitful history of collaborating on different programs across Africa. We've digitized over 40,000 Timbuktu manuscripts to preserve Africa's greatest written legacy, which we're very proud of. Or supporting community efforts to protect UNESCO World Heritage Sites like Usun Grove. And there's a lot more there, and again, you would be able to explore it outside. So as I said, rather than talking about those, and I can go on, we would rather show you. So later on, there will be a break. Please go outside. We brought in some Googlers, colleagues of mine, that will be able to share with you Gemini, flood forecasting, Google Arts and Culture. Tell us what you think. We know that those countries who will be bold and sprint ahead will capture the AI opportunity and also the greatest economic benefits. A few months ago, Access Partnership released a study commissioned by Google that provides an initial assessment of the potential economic benefit of AI in Africa. They focused on 4 markets: South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana. The paper suggests that AI applications could support at least $136 billion of economic gains by 2030. That represents close to 13% of those countries' 2022 GDP. So we're talking big numbers. To realize the AI opportunity and become what we call AI sprinters, countries should focus on 4 areas: infrastructure, people, innovation, and regulation. First, investing in infrastructure. That is reliable, secured, and affordable digital connectivity. Google has been very active in this space. For example, last year we invested in the Aquilano subsea cable that connects Europe from Portugal to Africa, different landing places from South Africa, Togo, Nigeria, St. Helena. And we also recently announced our first cloud region in South Africa. The second digital sprinter pillar is about creating and building an AI-empowered workforce. We spoke already about digital skills, preparing people across all communities to the future through talent and vocational development. A third way to capture this moment is through innovation and unlocking new opportunities using data, AI, cloud computing, investing in AI research, and in local startups. And the last area to focus on to become an AI sprinter is supportive regulations for a thriving AI ecosystem. That means regulation that supports open and competitive markets. We're encouraged to see that while most of the world is actually witnessing growing fragmentation, Africa is demonstrating collaborative leadership, as we've seen in the past week. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and in particular the Digital Protocol, paved the way for Africa to fully harness the AI opportunity. And while supporting that AI, what AI presents requires boldness, boldness means nothing without responsibility as we confront real challenges with this new technology. One example is the impact on jobs, which I know is top of mind here in Africa. The IMF predicts that the biggest impact in emerging markets won't be eliminating jobs, but changing how we work alongside intelligence machines. This requires us to adapt and learn new digital skills. Managing AI responsibility and being responsible in that area is not new to Google. In 2018, we were one of the first companies to publish a set of AI principles to guide the development of AI. We're encouraged to see the multilateral focus on AI governments, like the G7 Hiroshima process on AI, and also to see some governments like Kenya and Nigeria also looking into AI governance. I also want to congratulate the AUDA NEPAD on their AI white paper, which we look forward to reviewing and contributing to. Responsible and bold development leads the path to true AI innovation. Yet to fully capture those opportunities that AI opens up, we will need to work together. Innovation has always been a team sport. In closing, I strongly believe that as leaders, we should not only dream about the future, but also lay solid foundations of collaboration needed to realize those dreams. This is Africa's moment. Let Africa not just adapt to this new era, but also rise as a force that shapes it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And of course, we appreciate the opportunity to be able to test some of those innovations in technology during our health breaks. Now, before we proceed, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu, Minister of State for Education for Nigeria, representing the President of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Thank you very much, sir. Now, as we proceed, we will have remarks by Honorable Mr. Tulaganyo Segoko, Minister of Communications, Knowledge and Technology of the Republic of Botswana, representing His Excellency Mokgweetsi Masisi. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Madam Director of Ceremonies, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, and distinguished delegates here present. A very good morning to you all. I want to start first by saying that I wish to stand on the protocol that's been established, because I think I will falter if I try to recognize you individually. I also will make my remarks not by way of a prepared speech, but more conversational and speaking really off the cuff. I wish to start off by really putting a context of Botswana and speaking about what Botswana is, and then speaking to the topic or explaining Botswana. I suppose most of you will clearly understand we're located in the center of Southern Africa, a landlinked country, and we have, in terms of population size in Africa, a fairly small population, 2.4 million if I round it up, and a very vast land mass of about 580 or so square kilometers. So it's a sparsely populated country. And that context I'm giving, particularly because I seek to make some points about our digital transformation and our infrastructure build. And hopefully you'll appreciate when I give numbers and statistics that if the figures sound small, in terms of the population, it's very significant. But let me just start off by saying that technology and innovation have a potential to significantly boost Africa's transformation across various sectors, such as access to information and educational resources, online learning, skills development, bridging the knowledge gap, and empowering individuals and communities. It also has the potential of impacting our economic growth, driving entrepreneurship, improving productivity, creating new opportunities for business, leading to economic growth and job creation. Healthcare access, telemedicine, mobile health applications, innovative medical devices can help overcome the barriers to health access, especially in the remote areas. And fourthly, it will impact on sustainable development. And this we're talking about technology and innovation that supports sustainable practices in agriculture, in energy, in environmental conservation, and promoting a more resilient and eco-friendly future. And coming now really to Botswana, one of the critical transformation strategies that we have adopted and named Smart Bots is a digital transformation strategy that Botswana has adopted. And we have really seen very impressive results from our country. So generally, Botswana has experienced phenomenal growth of internet traffic usage, increasing from 2.1 gigabits in 2014 to 110 gigabits in January of 2024. And this really comes against the backdrop of us building a digital infrastructure that is countrywide, inclusive, and we call it an infrastructure for all that does not leave anyone behind. So we have set about, through the Smart Bots village connectivity, to connect practically all our villages. We had a target of doing 500 by end of end of 2025. Connecting these 500 villages and going to facilities such as what we call our quotas. These are public democratic spaces or spaces where the community engages in terms of its affairs through the chiefs. And in addition, we go to health facilities and education centers. So we've connected across Botswana, the villages, more than 1,138 of these facilities with high-speed broadband internet, 100 megabits per second. And this explains the stats that I'm giving to you with respect to the growth in data that we're using in country. In addition to the expansion of internet access through Wi-Fi to these facilities, we're also up the standard to 4G technology for all the villages so that people have actually got access to mobile broadband. And overall, we have seen up to 138% mobile penetration for internet in the country to date now. I want to just move a little forward and talk a bit more about some other elements of this strategy. And these include the public sector transformation, and which we feel is very critical aspect of the actual strategy. So we're accelerating deployment of ICT infrastructure, as I said, to in excess of 500 villages. And by way of doing this, we believe, and we are actually now deploying online services and applications for our citizenry right across the country. In addition, we had partnered with the ITU and UNICEF in the Giga Initiative project for connecting schools. And in this regard, we have connected in excess of 609 schools, empowering in the regions of close to 400,000 students with access to e-learning content in the process. We're leveraging innovation and technology in the public sector as well. And this speaks to the issue where we now speak of not just a one gov, but a one economy, where really we want not just the government, but the private sector elsewhere as a partner, co-creating some of the online services that we are developing for the country. I'd like to touch on a few other very important or so critical innovations that we've done. Within the space of agriculture, we have a center of excellence called Lubu, Center of Excellence. And this is a center of excellence for small stock. And there we are really promoting the use of technology in the production of small stock and in the whole value chain, in fact, in terms of leading it towards slaughter, abattoir, and export. But it's not strictly technology that I've been focused on at this point, which is a lot about the digital transformation. One of the initiatives that we've done is because Botswana is very arid, we are actually using technologies to extract water out of the atmosphere and use that as drinking water. We do have water that we can access through aquifers underground, but generally we find that that is very salty water, very hard water that needs to be treated. So this is yet another innovation that we have. But further to that, we have what's called a Smart Bots Lab that we are using to impart digital skills to our citizenry, impart digital skills to our public service, and ensure that they are essentially in a position to service our nation through technology and innovation. I'd like to bring to my conclusion the remarks that I was making there, save perhaps to just indicate that there are quite a number of other initiatives that one could speak to in terms of technology. Botswana is well known for its diamond mining, and in this space, we're also now focused on beneficiation and processes that mean that we can add value to our diamonds, and we're just not simply extracting that. But I'd like to curtail my remarks to this point. Thank you very much.
We like to see commitments in action, and this very signing is one of such, which will be taking place between Google and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Now, there are 5 pillars to the signing of this agreement. The first pillar is digital skills. The initiative aims to prepare the workforce for the future by training over 1,000 young African students and 200 teachers in computer science and robotics. This effort supports their participation in the World Robot Olympiad, addressing the demand for digital skills in 230 million jobs in Africa by 2030. There's also a pillar that looks at startup development, where Google plans to partner with the Economic Commission for Africa to help 1 million startups achieve a combined revenue of $100 billion by 2033. Cybersecurity and content responsibility. This partnership will strengthen digital security in the region through dialogues with public officials, training workshops, and the exchange of best practices. AI policy research, where efforts will be made to provide policymakers and regulators with research and resources on AI, cloud computing, and emerging technologies. And lastly, e-commerce and digital trade. To support the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, collaboration will extend to working with the Africa Trade Policy Center on events and policy development for e-commerce and digital trade. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming them to stage as they proceed with the signing of this partnership. A round of applause, please.
All the talking points, so we can just be brief.
I'll get money. But they are telling me I have to speak fast. And you know, we've been speaking since morning. But actually what I wanted to just say is a few things. One is that we all know that Africa's digital economy will reach 180 billion by 2025 and 712 billion by the year 2050. What this implies is that the GDP per capita will increase by 2.5% in Africa compared to 2% globally. The internet and digital skills development will remain very key. And here, as we sign, there are 5 areas as mentioned. We need Google's support in skills development. We need their support in startups development. We need collaboration in cybersecurity and content responsibility. We need AI policy research that we're working together with us. We need also support in e-commerce and digital trade. Those are the areas where we need, basically, their money, their skills, and of course, the accumulated wealth of experience that they've had. Today, I don't want to say too much because I come from the background of diplomacy as well. And you know that there is a time a diplomat gave a speech for 3 hours. After 2 hours, very few people were left. And by the end of the time, there was only one person left. So he turned around and said, "Why are you still here?" The other one said, "Because I'm the next speaker." So this time, I don't want to go to that area. I just want to be practical. I'm just waiting for Google to tell us how much and when they start. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, Executive Secretary Gatete, it's a pleasure to be here. And I'm actually looking for my checkbook, right? I think I forgot it at home. But anyway, as I said before, we're super excited about the opportunities in Africa, about African countries becoming AI sprinters. As I mentioned, part of doing that is investing more in digital upskilling, in innovation, in AI, in cloud, in the regulatory environment, which should be supportive. And I think there's a lot to collaborate on with UNECA. We found many areas of potential collaboration. Google, has always thought about its mission as organizing the world's information and making it universally accessible and useful. And this is what fuels our passion about Africa. So we're looking forward, doing more, investing more, and bringing this together to new heights. Thank you very much.
Okay, you can proceed to the side. You can open it. Wonderful. New exchange. Today is the 19th of February. You swap. Excellent. Thank you so much. Wonderful.
A big round of applause for the signing of the partnership between Google and UNECA. We'll now proceed to take a family photo of the signing. And while we are here, we would also like to use this opportunity to celebrate the partnership and invite all of the dignitaries seated in the front row to join us for a family photo. And I'd like to invite you to stay on stage, please, Mr. Duran and Executive Secretary. Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations on the signing of this partnership. This is what we like to see. Commitment and action taking place right before us. Speaking of action, we are now going to proceed into the next session this morning, and it's one that I am particularly quite interested to dive into. This next session is titled Trailblazers in Action. We're diving into the forefront of innovation, where we'll explore the dynamic nature of transboundary success in Africa and beyond. We'll hear from distinguished speakers that are, quite frankly, moving the needle when it comes to startup ecosystem development, creating new technologies and innovation that have the power to truly change our continent and our economies. These innovators are making a drive towards development and breaking barriers. Here to drive that conversation, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing to you Ms. Priscilla Boague, Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager for Google, And I'd also like to take the opportunity to call onto stage all of the panelists of this session. Let's give them all a very big round of applause.
Stage Ms. Vivian. Thank you. Mr. Peter Owotoki, are you here? Excellent. Welcome, welcome. Yes. Mr. Will Clerman. Ms. Lewam Kefela from Partech Africa. Excellent. All right. Yes. We have our staging. Excellent. Okay, perfect. We have Mr. Will Clerman, the co-founder and CEO of Ikitabu, Dr. Peter Owotoki, the co-founder of Izola. We have Mr. Fred Swaniker on screen joining us virtually. Yes, sir. Just one moment, I'm being summoned. Okay, very good, very good. We don't want any accidents today. Flexibility is the name of the game today. So we are just going to have a slight modification. We have His Excellency, the Minister from Nigeria. So we are just going to give him a few moments. Your Excellency. Thank you. Please, a round of applause.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to say a word. I will adopt the established protocol because of the time factor. I'm here to represent the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who came in with a hope, with a renewed hope agenda as a means of restoring Nigeria and leading Nigeria to transformation. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the United Nations Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission of Africa for extending invitation to Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCR, to participate and speak on this presidential panel for the 2024 edition of the African Business Forum on the theme, Boosting Africa's Transformation Through Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation. I must congratulate you on the success recorded by the African Business Forum since inception of the annual dialogue in 2018. Nigeria stands a unique position in Africa, being the most populous country in Africa with over 200 million population, which is characterized by young age groups, and also, like many African countries, is dominated with many challenges, which include climate change challenge, nutrition, poverty, poor learning outcomes, health security, human rights, corruptions, unemployment issues, among others. However, the President has come up with an 8-point agenda with a review to ensure that the country is repositioned to take and participate fully in the global community of nations. We all know that Africa as a continent bears the highest burden of such challenges. It is therefore become mandatory for us to think outside the box and develop means of addressing our challenges based on our geopolitical peculiarities. Therefore, it is pertinent to rely on education, science, technology, and innovation in order to achieve transformation. In Africa, education is a major key factor in development of human capacity, and therefore a vehicle that can be easily utilized to reach, to boost transformation in Africa. From its natural resources to its growing population, Nigeria, like other African countries, has immense potential to grow and develop. For Africa to succeed, boosting its transformation, it has focused on promoting delivery of access to good education for all. Because we realize that in the phenomenon of out-of-school children that is characterized globally in many developing countries is more in Africa. In fact, the report by the UNESCO shows that over 700 million adults worldwide cannot read or write, and millions of children are out of school. This has become alarming in Africa, with Nigeria leading the number of out-of-school children. It is on this regard that Mr. President commissioned the National Commission of Almajiri and Out-of-School Children Education. The Almajiri are space of informal education in the country. In order to this is to introduce specific intervention and collaboration with development partners, which will continually strive to ensure that out-of-school children are back to school. And this, we have also not only limited ourselves to National Commission of Out-of-School Children, we also developed Universal Basic Commission on Education, National Secondary Commission of Education, and also National Commission for Nomadic Education to address the issue of education of farmers, migrating fishermen, and many others in that category. We are also repositioning early childhood education and development of basic education in our secondary school to inculcate delivery of quality foundational literacy numeracy that will guarantee better enrollment, retention, and completion of both basic and secondary school education. We have also tried as much as possible to inculcate and integrate technology in our educational system. This is with a view to address the issue of global teacher crisis. We all know that as a result of the post-COVID-19 endemic and also the ongoing war, there are a lot of vacancies all over, and Nigeria, among many other African countries, are suffering from brain drain for a greener postures by our teachers. And to this end, we thought the only way to address that is also to see how we can incorporate technology. It is on this regard that the Federal Republic of Nigeria developed a digital resource control center in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, that is armed with all the necessary equipments to facilitate education through technology. And this center has also been linked to almost more than 40 other smart schools in the country. The aim of that is to see how lessons can be controlled from the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, in certain areas that we lack manpower or human resources to address it. This most especially in the sciences institution, and that program has already commenced. We also realize that for us to leverage on our people, to see education as a means of empowerment and also to relieve them from poverty, we must have a community engagement that will inculcate the willingness of parents to participate and own schools through Parent-Teachers Association and also to serve as members of school-based management committee. We saw also the issue of flexibility of learning that also tried to use technological-based system. Nigeria has introduced the issue of use of open and distant learning systems of education, which rely mostly on technology to promote access to education at all levels. The major development also that will require global participation, and most especially in Africa, is to collaborate on the transnational education, in which countries within Africa can share common destiny, promote themselves through their education, and also interact to have a local technology that may be conscious and also relevant to their cultural integrations. Inclusive learning is also another issue that we have to address as Africans, so that no one will be left behind and education of good quality will be delivered for everybody. And therefore, the need for collaboration among African countries in order to boost our transformation through education and technology cannot be overemphasized. Lastly, the issue of technical vocational education and entrepreneurship education must also be given a priority. No matter how we want to succeed in terms of implementation or using technology to promote transformation in Africa, when we lack the necessary human capacity to train and retrain our community, it will not likely succeed. And therefore, we must pay much attention to technical vocational-based education. Like in Nigeria, we have over 140 million people currently utilizing communication services in one way or the other. We have also transformed our financial institution with much of our banking services currently being done through internet with minimal risk as far as there are instituted measures that have been put in place to safeguard the system. Lastly, teacher quality is also another key important that we must also address for us to develop and then use the benefit of technology, science, and education because right now, and I think it's very important key that we must, I must mention here, that Africa is quite bleeding in terms of human resources. We must agree to that, and it is my honor to call on the Under-Secretary of the United Nations General Assembly to please look at this critically. We have lean resources, and that lean resources is used in producing much human capital resources for Africa and for its local use within the country. But unfortunately, within the shortest possible time, people from Africa migrate for greener pasture. And the resources to further continue to train them is becoming continuously limited. A situation that I think we have to advocate for Africa. Pick one, train one strategy so that Africa will not collapse. This is a serious strategy that we have to adopt. Any country that an African is migrating, I have the feeling that they should also collaborate with local country to train the brain they are taking away so that we cannot bleed. Most African countries, as of today, are suffering in terms of medical professions. In Nigeria, I was in the parliament before. When I visited the Nursing and Midwifery Council of Nigeria, in 1 month, we lost 1,700 nurses, and in 1 year, almost 18,000 nurses to greener pasture. This doesn't sound well for Africa. And I think with manpower we have here, and with all we have, there is need for us to think on how can we address that. We can not make it alone, and therefore African countries must collaborate, work together to ensure that we can address major challenges that are retarding the progress of Africa. On this note, I want to thank the Under-Secretary for giving me the opportunity to present our present concern on African issue and to assure you that Nigeria will be a bigger partner in all the undertaking of the United Nations Economic Community. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Excellency. And now we'll be proceeding with our Trailblazers panel. We've heard this morning from distinguished speakers across the policy landscape about some of the challenges that we are facing to boosting Africa's transformation on the continent when it comes to education, science, tech, and innovation. We witnessed the signing of the MOU between Google and UNECA. We heard from the Minister of Botswana about the country's digital transformation journey. We heard from the Minister of Nigeria, His Excellency, talk about their struggles, but also about the opportunity for education to expand access, for technology to expand access to education. And so today, right now, we have this amazing panel with these wonderful speakers, thank you so much for joining us, who work across the digital ecosystem. Our VP, Duran Avni, spoke about the different levels of AI, right? We have AI learners, AI implementers, and those who are AI innovators. And so today we have some AI innovators who are actually leveraging technology to offer solutions to African problems. And so the question we are addressing today is, how do we use technology to provide African-led innovations to some of our problems on the continent? So first, I will begin by asking our panelists to introduce themselves one by one, tell us just a little bit about your company, and then we will delve deeply into some of the topics that we are going to explore today about the challenges, the opportunities, and the opportunities for partnership together. Mr. William, we'll begin with you, please.
Thank you, Pran. I will have to, as the minister from Botswana said, stand on the protocols that have already been set forth. It seems we have a number of dignitaries and we have so many people in the audience who we don't know. I hope there'll be some chance for questions and interaction. Me, I'm Will Klurman, CEO and co-founder of Ikitabu. In short, Ikitabu works to provide access, to build access to learning. We work in local languages of Africa. We founded the company in 2012, headquartered in Nairobi. We have offices and teams in Lilongwe and in Kigali. And thank you to the organizers for allowing us to bring our colleague, an Ethiopian Sign Language interpreter, today. I'm picking up on the Nigerian minister's comments about inclusivity, and also the Undersecretary's comments about technology to open up access. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you so much. Ms. Lewam Kefelov, the principal from Partech Africa, if you could just talk a little bit about what Partech Africa does.
Sure, happy to. Hi, everyone. Glad to be here with all of you today. Partech Africa is the largest Africa-focused VC firm with over $450 million in assets under management. We invest in startups across the continent from Seed Plus to Series C, with ticket sizes between $1 million and $15 million. Thus far, we've invested in about 20 startups across 9 countries in Africa. Thank you.
Hey, the woman is sitting here quietly like this. We have $450 million. 400, Executive Secretary, there's your wallets right here. Very good, excellent. Thank you so much for being here. Dr. Peter Owotoki, the co-founder of Izola, if you could talk to us about your fantastic organization.
Sure, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. A pleasure to be here. Izola, we are a startup, AI-first startup. Our mission is to transform the health journeys and the health stories for families with special needs, what we call the neurodiverse. So we were one of the startups that was selected last year in the first Google cohort for AI health, being AI first. And coming out of that, we created the first conversational coach using a large language model that is trained and fine-tuned specifically for the needs of families with special needs. This is deployed in Kenya and already being used as well in some African countries. We are experiencing 3 digits month-on-month growth, and we're really, counting on this to solve some of the problems that the Honorable Minister just described, which is the problem of brain drain, lack of professionals to provide healthcare services. We believe that technology can solve some of that. Our mission is AI and compassion, and I'd love to get more into that during this conversation.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And last but not least, we have Ms. Bebe Yan from Transient Holding, the investment director, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Bebe and I'm the investment director for Transient. So to be honest, I was a bit intimidated to find out that I would be the only Asian on stage, because back in China we don't have a lot of racial diversity, so you can imagine how intimidating this is for me. But I assure you that my job is quite relevant to the topic of today's forum. So Transient is the parent company for Tecno, itel, and Infinix, and we're right now the 3rd largest mobile phone provider in the world, and we're largely focused on emerging markets. So Africa is where we started. Today we ship over 200 million mobile phone to the world, and half of that goes to sub-Saharan Africa. So.
Excellent. We can assure you you're in good company with regional and gender diversity across this panel. So we'll begin with you, Mr. Will Klerman. eKitabu has lowered the cost of delivering accessible content for quality education in local languages through an open architecture, a global collection of digital content, and ecosystem partners. Please tell us, how do you make digital content accessible for inclusive and quality education? I think you started to touch on this a little bit, but tell us maybe a little bit more about the how this happens.
Okay, how? Well, I don't know if people saw my headshot. Did anybody see my headshot in the audience? Okay, yes, that's my brother Vincent. I don't know how his head. I don't know how his headshot.
Lewam, if you can pass him.
Fine, we're back.
Okay.
Thank you. But that's okay, because what it helps me to talk about is the how of the work that we do in eKitabu. I think some people must know Kiswahili here, at least a few. So kitabu is book. Kitab is also book in Hindi and in Arabic. eKitabu starts our journey from the written word. And when you hear so many development actors speak in Africa about literacy, what you never hear them talk about, I'll help you, writing. It's always reading, and it's often reading something from someone else, isn't it? So in eKitabu, we start with here. We start with local languages, including now 7 African Sign Languages that we've worked in up to now. eKitabu, strangely, had last year in Kenya, which is our home and our headquarters, we had the most popular children's television program in the country. And the funny thing about it was in Kenyan Sign Language. It was called Digital Storytime. And of the 12 million viewers who watched that program weekly, there are not 12 million deaf children in Kenya. So that meant that the majority of people, that is children and parents and caregivers who were experiencing Kenyan Sign Language, were experiencing it as a hearing person and experiencing it for the first time. eKitabu focuses on developing content, developing original content as well with writers and with content creators here. We've worked now in 14 countries of Africa. We do a lot of work in video, sign language video in particular. We've done work in Ethiopia, in Ethiopian Sign Language. And as some of us were speaking earlier together on the panel before when we were hunting for coffee, it's not widely known that sign language is not universal. Mm-hmm. Just like mother tongues in countries all across the continent, sign languages are native to each place. The Constitution of Kenya recognizes Kenyan Sign Language as a national language. The Constitution of Rwanda does not yet, but Rwanda National Union of the Deaf is on a path to getting recognition by Parliament of Rwandan Sign Language. So as we find ways to learn together, and it does seem to us in our team in eKitabu that learning is fundamentally what AI offers all of us a new way to do. As we learn together, it seems necessary that the ideas, the voices, the knowledge of here are what inform how technology shapes the future.
Thank you, Will. That's so powerful. Lewam, I just want to build on what Will was saying. He's developed such a creative solution, right, to a problem that we're seeing in Kenya and in other countries. We also have another innovative startup next to you in the health space. On the continent, we have about 44 million small and medium businesses, right? Less than 7% are online or leveraging technology to expand access to their businesses currently. As an investor in this space, what are you seeing as some of the opportunities for investment and some of the positive trends that you're seeing? And where do you see some more potential on the continent?
It's a great question. I think there's a lot of potential across sectors. So when we've sort of seen the first wave of digitization happen with businesses trying to take offline behaviors online, we've seen that in fintech with payments. We've seen that in health tech with some insurtechs that have sort of propped up as well. We've seen that in ed tech with e-learning. I think there's still so much potential for us to digitize quite a few industries and quite a few markets across Africa. And as we sort of think about what are the promising things we look for in the startups that we invest in, the first and major thing is a really strong entrepreneurship team that has relevant experience and really understands the market problem that they're trying to solve. The second is a business model with positive unit economics that can potentially scale and monetize significantly at scale. And the third is a market that's large enough to be able to feasibly produce businesses that earn over $100 million in annual revenue. Now that sounds like a large number, but when you look across African companies outside of tech, there's several that are billion-dollar businesses. So when we are looking to prove the viability of this ecosystem and this tech ecosystem specifically, we need to be able to produce these billion-dollar businesses. And there are a lot of billion-dollar opportunities out there that are just waiting to be digitized. So I think it's still very much an open field in terms of the sectors and innovations that entrepreneurs in this market can build.
Thank you so much. Dr. Owotoki, so you're earlier in your journey, right? In this digital transformation journey, hopefully on the way to the billion-dollar mark. Talk to us about maybe some of the challenges that you're facing as an African startup to scaling, because we expect, hopefully, that this is the goal, right? When you have such a unique solution and you want to expand access. But what are some of those challenges that you're facing to doing that?
Yeah, so thank you very much for the question. So in the healthcare or health tech space in particular, where I think most innovators are going to face the same challenge that I will describe here. And this is the lack of a well-developed payer or reimbursement mechanism. And in particular, with our innovation, where we're targeting a niche product at the beginning, which is the neurodiverse families typically with autism and other kinds of conditions. Now, the insurances are typically going to cut out or will not. They will recognize this as pre-existing conditions. So it means we have to think and work harder to do the groundwork of not only innovating our solution, but also innovating how we get paid for our innovation. One of the things that helps us is the fact that we're one of the leaders or the trailblazers, if you may, in this space, because we create technology that supports. It's very AI-able problem, where AI can truly have a measurable impact on diagnosis. So if you collect enough data, you observe enough, which is what experts do, there are not enough of them, you are able to extract features which we call digital biomarkers that help you to speed up diagnosis. Now, the good thing is the output of this innovation is very interesting for researchers, for other markets outside of Africa, which is one part that we have to take. It's a long-winded part. I wish there was an established reimbursement system that we could exploit as an health tech innovation. Unfortunately, in most African countries, it's not there yet. So by innovating for not only our patients, but also B2B clients, other research institutions in and outside of Africa that could leverage our innovation, we're able to at least gain the initial validation, gain some support as well to continue to drive the work until we can find other ways. And thanks to our LLM model, I think we have been able to crack a code that could help us to the billion-dollar mark eventually. But two things I'll just conclude with is one, the fact that we need to do more work to support innovators. In this case, the health tech space, a reimbursement mechanism that then makes it easier for entrepreneurs, for innovators to innovate and to be able to get paid for their innovation. Then the second thing is don't underestimate African innovation, the ability to leapfrog. Based on the work we do, that we started to do in Kenya, we collected our initial data that resonated with researchers from some of the best universities in the world, including in Germany, and institutions as well outside of Africa that now use some of our findings in their research work. And that way we're able to build traction with our work.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We were also supposed to have an additional panelist, Mr. Fred Swaniker, the CEO of SAN Technologies and the CEO of the African Leadership Group, the African Leadership University. They have a partnership with Smart Africa and really are key players in the African tech ecosystem. And though he could not be here today, he sent us a video message as a trailblazer. He was named in 2019 as one of Time's 100 most influential and innovative leaders, and he is an industrial leader in the AI space. Yoadan, do we have the video ready from Mr. Fred Swaniker?
Greetings, my name is Fred Swaniker, and I'm the founder of the African Leadership Group, which includes the African Leadership Academy, African Leadership University, and now SAN Technologies. I've been an entrepreneur for the last 20 years. I've started about 8 different ventures, including the African Leadership Group. And collectively, I've raised $1 billion in capital, and my entities employ over 1,500 people. So I've learned a lot about entrepreneurship and startups, and you know, I think it's one of the greatest endeavors that anyone can embark on. So I first want to say a huge thank you to all of you in the room, the startups who have taken on this challenge. Being a founder, starting a venture is not easy. One of the things we say in the African Leadership Group is we have to do hard things, right? Because those of us who are privileged to have education and to be healthy, to be alive, we shouldn't be doing easy things. We shouldn't be doing small things. We need to do hard things. And Africa's got a lot of hard things that need to be addressed. We were challenged in healthcare, in infrastructure, in education, in our cities. We're urbanizing at the fastest rate in the world. We need to figure out how do we feed people, there's agriculture, there's jobs that need to be created. We need 1 billion people need jobs in the next decade in Africa as the youngest continent in the world. So we have many, many challenges, but we also have tremendous opportunities, right? Because entrepreneurship is ultimately about solving problems. So if Africa has a lot of problems, it means it's the entrepreneur's paradise. There's so many things that we can solve, right? We import $50 billion of food into Africa that we have perfect soil and water conditions to grow. Why are we not building African agri-entrepreneurs who are going to be billionaires, right? Who are going to capture some of that value? You know, we have tremendous opportunities with our natural resources to add value to them instead of exporting them to the rest of the world. Media and entertainment, we have so much creative talent. All these challenges with urbanization as people are moving to African cities, we need to bring housing to them. We need to think about transportation, traffic management. As we think about healthcare, we have so many opportunities where no one has actually done it yet. And technology is a fundamental aspect of solving these hard problems for Africa, which is why we created SAN Technologies. We're training today 250,000 software engineers and data scientists and other types of technology talent. And we want to train 5 million in the next decade. All this talent, we want to infuse it into tech startups. And last year we incubated 400 tech startups. This year we're looking to do 4,000 tech startups. Because technology is a game changer for solving all these problems for Africa. It allows us to leapfrog, to reduce the cost of serving customers, to reduce the cost of marketing, and ultimately, deliver services and products to our citizens at a radically lower cost. It allows us to reimagine business models, reinvent everything. And so as you build your ventures, In today's world, you have to infuse technology in it from day one. With that, it allows you to scale faster, reduce costs, and we're in a continent that is capital constrained. So the only way we can solve all these big problems is by using technology. We cannot do it the way it was done traditionally in the West, where they have, so much capital. We don't have a lot of capital, and technology is that game changer that allows us to build large-scale ventures with limited capital and ultimately change the world. So congratulations for what you started, but now the hard work begins. So here's to doing hard things, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Excellent. Thank you so much to our dear friend, Mr. Fred Swaniker. So just before I turn to Ms. Bebe, I'd just like you to think about your parting words to some of the policymakers, right? We're holding this forum on the margins of the 37th Ordinary Session of the African Union Assembly. Our leaders are thinking about education, about science, tech, and innovation. What are some practical things that you want to leave with our policymakers, our leaders, to think about as we seek to build up Africa's digital ecosystem from your specific lens? And Bebe, I'd love for you to talk to us about how we as a continent can position ourselves to attract more investment, right? What is it that you would like to see for Africa to really gain a foothold in the high-tech startup space?
Thank you. So for us, we've been in Africa since 2006, and we were very blessed to witness smartphone adoption growing from less than 30% a decade ago to now well over 50%. And I think the success story of us, Techno, itself testifies to the fact that there is indeed digital dividend on the continent. But we always ask ourselves this question of, we know that there's a growth, there's a dividend to reap, but is that growth inclusive enough? So, there are many thriving startups in Africa today, but what we notice is that a lot of them are focused on the growth problem, but fewer of them are focused on the equality problem. So for instance, when we look across the user profile of over 300 million monthly device users in Africa, an astonishing 70% of them are men. So where does this gap come from? There's a gender gap in smartphone ownership, and how does that impact women economically and socially? We've also noticed that there is a huge gap of smartphone ownership across different income groups, across different countries in Africa. So when you see the growth, you see the average number, but you don't really see kind of the nuance behind it, and that there is indeed an equality and inclusive an issue that needs to be solved. So we'd like to see more startups focus on that going forward. And the other, promising vertical that I see, and echoing to the speech, the points raised by Mr. Avni and the work done by the startups that's on stage right now, is in the creative sector. Because everyone knows that when you put a smartphone in people's hand, it fundamentally changes the way they receive information, they get access to entertainment, they consume content, right? So today, even just with our user base, we're distributing digital content to them on a monthly basis of over 100 million pieces of information, of content, of music, of videos, of articles. Regrettably, less than 30% of this content is created locally. So we know African users would like to see the Kardashians and Cardi B, but what they would like to see more is really local content created in Amharic and Kiswahili, and they like to read novels that they can relate to. But we don't have that kind of content. And on the supply side, you have these really talented groups of young Africans who are enthusiastic about writing, about creating music, and they would love to make a livelihood on their talents and skills, but they don't have the ways to do that. They don't have the channels to monetize on their works. So we, as a device provider, we can be the distributor, but we also need public sector and private sector to come together and really fill the skill gap, the equipment gap, the knowledge gap. All they need, all these creators need is a bit of skill training, a bit of capacity building, and even like the simplest phone with a camera where they can become the TikToker, right? So I think that would be one of the low-hanging fruits out of like the millions of amazing things, of exciting things you can do in Africa in the digital space. Looks very promising to us in the tech world.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I think we've heard a lot today about some of the different bold innovations that are being developed across the continent that are African-led indeed, some of the critical challenges that they're facing to expanding and scaling access to these opportunities. And in your parting thoughts, I'd love to hear from you again. What is one recommendation to policymakers that you want people to take away from this conversation and from your specific innovation that you're developing for the continent?
Quick first reflection, picking up on Ms. Jan's comments about users. I'm quoting somebody else who observed this, but I only know 2 industries in the world that call their customers users: software and narcotics. We generally think of people. And we create with creators, but we create with people. And my recommendation to policymakers would be to hold businesses to some standard of impact that makes sense to you. Let's engage on what sustainability looks like in practice on this continent, because other places around the world don't seem to have good answers so far.
Thank you. I think that was a really strong call for responsible policy governance and to hold the private sector accountable. Definitely heard you there. Lewam, from the investment perspective, what would you like to say to policymakers in order for you to expand your investment opportunities on the continent?
I might have 1.5 recommendations, but I'll try to keep it short. I think the first thing, by and large, would be helping mobilize more local capital into local investment funds, but then also as we think about what do we need to prove the viability of our technology ecosystem in the long run. And one of the big things investors need is exits. One of the things we can do as local policymakers, or you can do as local policymakers, is to invest in building out our capital markets infrastructure so that there is a vehicle for a lot of the investment funds that invest in these companies to exit these companies. And then also it becomes an opportunity for retail investors and institutional investors to earn some level of wealth as these companies continue to grow and earn value. As we think about what has worked in a lot of developed markets, having more mature capital markets is a very, very critical part of the infrastructure of proving out the technology startup ecosystem long term. So I think that's one of the big ones for me and for other investors that look at the space. The second would be more cross-market enablement, and I know this is very topical since we've been talking about the Africa Union Summit this week, but moving from one country to another country is still fairly difficult for a lot of startups in our ecosystem, with the exception of some parts of Francophone Africa. It's a completely different regulatory system, it's a completely different culture, there's currency considerations, and it's kind of a white or blank space for a lot of the companies that are trying to expand from one market to another. And I think that's a special consideration for markets that are smaller. Building that level of cross-market enablement is super significant as we think about how do we get these companies to 100 million in annual revenue, which is a number we absolutely need to hit to be able to build these success stories and to be able to build the viability of our technology ecosystem long term. So there are a few verticals where you can hit $100 million in one country, but there's not many. That means that a lot of our startups are gonna have to move from one country to another, and how do we support them in being able to do that, or how do you support them in being able to do that as policymakers? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Such a critical message. We're going to have to wrap up this panel with one last word from you, Doctor. I think as one of Africa's youth, it's a really powerful thing for us to be ending on a message from you to policymakers, to regulators, whether it's a country of 2.4 million in Botswana or 200 million in Nigeria, who want to support their youth. What can they do? What message would you like to give to these policymakers?
So Plato once said, a famous phrase, necessity is the mother of invention. And I think Africa is that crucible, because there's just so much problems to solve. That's so much ways that we can innovate in Africa. And the AI moment upon us, it's the biggest springboard to actually unleash that potential of African young people. So my appeal is to seize the moment. Yeah. And how would you seize the moment? Just invest. Before companies will be ready for Patek's investment, they need to build the technology. They need to identify the markets. So without the capital, without the support framework, that's not going to happen, and we're going to miss the moment. So my appeal is, let's seize the AI moment, let's leapfrog, let's innovate. A lot of the innovation that will transform even the future of the world, lots of it is going to come from Africa.
Excellent message. Thank you so much. The importance of creating an enabling regulatory environment for our startups to thrive. We want to thank all our panelists for joining us today. Apologies, we weren't able to come back to you for a parting word. Hopefully we can continue the discussions outside in the subsequent panels. Thank you again.
Before we proceed, we'd like you to stay on stage as we welcome Executive Secretary Gatete for a few words. We'll just bring over a microphone for you, Mr. Executive Secretary.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to say a few things. Really for people to understand why at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa we are very much interested. I was personally co-facilitating the Global Digital Compact in New York. And when you look at the numbers, and when you looked at the 1.6 billion people who are not connected, who are not even part of the conversation, and look at the future, and look at the impact of technology and innovation in the socio-economic development, we realize at the ECA that we cannot really, as our mandate says, that we are in charge of social and economic development. And we've had really the whole advantage of understanding the Sustainable Development Goals. We understand the Agenda 2063. We also understand that we have our Marshall Plan, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and we want to develop socially and also economically. I could not imagine that that would be possible without technology and without innovation. It can never happen. Agriculture has been done differently. Technology is very important. Industries are very important. Social sector, like health, I don't know how we can remain the same without applying technology. The transition minerals that we are talking about, how do you develop it without technology? The energy side, everything. And that's why for us we are saying technology is the way to go in the future. The problem that we had, which was very visible, is that this requires investment mainly in the infrastructure part, in the broadband, in the satellite, in the connectivity, but also in the capacity side. How do you develop it? How do you develop it in languages that are so many of them? And how do we make sure that this one has a huge impact on GDP, on inclusion, on ease of doing business, and also for continents like Africa to catch up with the rest of the world? That's why we are interested, and that's why at the ECA, we are now dedicating one division, specifically really focusing on technology and other infrastructure, including connectivity, to make sure that this would have a significant impact on development. Otherwise, everything else that we would say, it cannot be business as usual. We have to change as the world is changing, and you have to catch up. And that's why you have to run, and that's why you want people like these ones who are presenting coming up with innovations in all sectors of the socio-economic development. I just want to thank all of you, and I want to thank everybody here who has managed to come and attend. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause, and we would like to commend you, Executive Secretary, for your commitment in dedicating to championing the cause towards building more trailblazers in action. Congratulations to our panelists. Let's give them a round of applause as they exit the stage. As they take the family photo, we will now be proceeding to a 20-minute health break. We'd like to invite you to engage with the interactive digital installations that we have here. Over here to the left, you've got augmented reality. We've also got virtual reality, where you'll be able to prevent fires, test the Gemini installation by Google, as well as enjoy a coffee break. We'll be back here in just 20 minutes to continue with today's program.
Test. One. Testing. One. Hello. Testing. One, two. Testing. Testing one. Testing one. እንደዚህ ብዬ ማውራት አለብኝ።
Africa Business Forum. Now, this next session will look into reimagining Africa's tech and STEM future. Now, when we think of this, we are going to be interrogating what it will take to realize the Africa we want and reimagine Africa's tech and STEM future. Here to lead us in that conversation, I have the absolute distinguished honor to welcome to stage our moderator, Dr. Nkem Kumba, Head of Science, Technology and Innovation, Policy Systems, Governance and Partnership at the African Academy of Science.
Thank you.
The stage is yours, sir.
Thank you. All right. So it's kind of interesting to start your session just after snacks. And I hope nobody would doze off while we have our conversation here. We have a plan on how to follow. So I would right away call on my panelists to join me here on stage so that I can introduce them appropriately and we get started. So let me get it straight here. All right, first, I will call on one of Africa's most distinguished sons and scientists of global repute, Professor Neil Turok. Neil, please join us here. And then Dr. Thulani Dlamini, the CEO of the Council of the Scientific and Industrial Research out of South Africa. On this side, this side. Mm-hmm. And Mr. Suraj Shah, who is the lead strategic partnerships at MasterCard Foundation. And I save the best or the strongest for last, the Honorable Minister from Zimbabwe. Joe, is there a chair for her? I don't see an extra chair. I thought so, but I didn't see an extra chair. All right. So they almost fooled me there. Tools to lead the continent the right way. We are a continent of 1.5 billion people. And if demographics are right, everyone mentions it, 2.5 billion not within one generation. Contrasting that to, say, Europe, that's declining, to Asia, that's rising, and to the Americas, that's finding its way, whether to stay at the top or to move lower. And we realize that in history, every So when we discuss science and technology at our leadership level, we are considering the tools that can give Africa the space to get up from the bottom and navigate its way somewhere. And so we asked our leadership and our colleagues a few questions. One, almost every country on the continent has a Ministry of Higher Education and of Research, all of that. Our parliaments pass laws that give budgets to all these ministries and train almost every citizen from kindergarten to university for free. At the end of which, these same governments go pay even more money to expatriates to build our infrastructure. Consider the misalignment between input and output. And at the end of the day, because someone else builds our infrastructure and our education system doesn't produce the right products, we still have to depend on expatriates to come and repair them whenever they get bad, otherwise they disintegrate. So for us, the key question is to align what our governments are already doing at their level of public funding with the output that they so desire. Comments have been made about brain drain. We hold that the brain drain is not because the Europeans or the Americans want us. Actually, they refuse us visas from going there. We take the back door. It's because our systems don't afford us what we need at home. And so we go out at all costs. So we discuss the brain drain and the manpower and who stays and who doesn't stay. It's difficult to only consider people who want better, greener pastures, as opposed to our own leadership taking the bull by the horn and asking the questions in their own system. Why are they leaving us? We think that question has to be addressed. Many of us, I appreciated the comment earlier with Google and the technology products that they want to offer the continent. But many of us hold this. I don't know what phone you have in your hands. I have an iPhone. Many of you probably have Samsung phones. I thought so. So Samsung is the one company that gives Korea its place on the planet as a powerful country. It's a tech product. That's what we mean by technology. It's a tech product. And if you consider Samsung, it's a company of over 200,000 employees. And hear me, out of which over 43,000 are only computer engineers. 43,000. That's how they make that Samsung phone. So what does Africa aspire to as a future of STEM? What kind of manpower does it aspire to? Use what others have produced for services or be in position to produce their own technology, their own science? And at the bottom of it, everything we see it as mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, basic science. Africa wants to do space. Many countries are on space programs. We want to prospect our resources. Space for us is technology, astrophysics, mathematics. To prospect your resources is heavy equipment, it's technology. To build your infrastructure is technology. So technology for us is not limited to fintech, to user products, but to the hardcore things that would enable us produce the best science on the planet. And we are lucky on this panel that we have someone, one of the proud sons of the continent, who having found his way to be one of the best physicists on the planet. As a physicist, of course, he will know who was Einstein. So he dared to look at the continent, these kids on the streets, in our universities, in the marketplaces, and consider, could one of these kids be the next Einstein in the next 100 years or so? Could any of these kids that we're talking about, entrepreneurship has its place, but could these kids that we sometimes despise on the streets, they fail exams, they do this, we complain, could one of them be the next Einstein? And what does it take? What does Africa aspire to? What kind of STEM do we aspire to? To be at the frontier or to be users? So just considering that, what can he do to create conditions for the next Einstein, maybe a female even, to come out of Africa, he established the AIMS network that is doing marvelous work on the continent. So let me call on him to tell us, first of all, the thought process. How did he imagine Africa to come up with the Next Einstein initiative? And how has the work been going so far? Because there's plenty of talk over the years. Our ministers are here. They will tell you how many meetings they've had for the last 20, 30 years. We are still in the same spot. Maybe he's done something that he can help tell us what are the challenges and where has he succeeded.
Thank you.
Neil.
Thank you very much. It's a great thrill to be here, and I want to thank Clave Gatete in particular for putting this together, and thank you for your wonderful question. So I should begin, but preface my remarks by saying that I'm probably the most useless person in this room. I work on cosmology, understanding the Big Bang, the Higgs boson you may have heard of. I hold the Higgs chair of theoretical physics in Edinburgh and understand how fundamental particles work. So what I do is very big picture and not very practical at all. But when you think about the universe, you can't avoid thinking about the big picture. And the big picture is, what are we here for? Where is humankind going? What is our objective? We live in a miraculous universe, which we can now see for the first time in fine detail. And we can figure out what happened at the Big Bang, what's going on in black holes. There are amazing natural resources which we have inherited. And this helps put in perspective all of our immediate problems and stupidities which, dominate our lives in every day and in politics. So 20 years ago, I should say my parents both went to prison in South Africa for opposing apartheid. And so that was my own personal history, and my parents challenged me as a cosmologist to do something useful for once in my life. And so the only thing I could think of doing was to help train young scientists in maths, computing, and basic science. So we started AIMS 20 years ago in South Africa, the new South Africa, which was a great new dawn for Africa, because it's a rich country with a strong economy and so on. And we invited students from all over Africa to come to Cape Town in a converted hotel, and we invited the best lecturers in the world to come and live with them and teach them. And those students exceeded our every expectation. Their levels of motivation, they're willing to work 24/7. You see, kids, like you mentioned, the street kids across Africa, when they get exposed to the idea that there's mysterious dark energy in the universe, or there are black holes, they are just as intrigued as every other child anywhere else in the world. They want to understand. And fundamentally, they want to know why we are here. What's going on? What does our existence mean? Okay? And this drives them. And above all, they want to show that they can do it, that people from their country, their culture, their village are just as smart as anybody else. So we've built on that. Cut a long story short, we've worked for 20 years. We now have 3,200 alumni at master's level. We have about 700 PhD level alumni in all areas of science. Many of them are now heads of department. And the Rwandan Minister for Health, who's with us today, is just one example of these brilliant young African scientists who are finally emerging into prominence and prominent positions in global science. Over the next 10 to 20 years, I'm convinced that we're going to see a wave of young Africans at the highest level in science globally. And our task is just to speed that process. So what I want to use this panel for today, if you permit me, is to launch a slogan, which I hope will gain traction. And it's a very simple slogan: bring science home. See, like humankind, science originated in Africa. The oldest mathematical artifacts in the world are African. The first industrial processes, smelting, first steam engine was African. And then, just as our chair explained, Africa became marginalized for many historical reasons. But now's the time to bring that back. And just as Africa needs science, obviously, in order to solve all of its problems, science needs Africa now. Why? For two reasons. One is the demographics. More young people than anywhere else, more motivated, more diverse, they will be more creative, just as in music. How can you think of music, modern music, without Africa? Or sports. When we see young Africans achieve at those levels in science, we will change the world's image of Africa. So the young people are key, but there's something else. Science needs Africa. Why? Because science needs values. Science needs to be driven by values, which include developing science for the benefit of everyone. If we leave the development of science to a few individuals who are chasing that trillion-dollar wealth, individual wealth, this is not a good, this is not likely to result in a science which is genuinely beneficial. But young Africans, precisely because they come from backgrounds of hardship, of struggle, and their affiliation is to their people, when they enter science, they will, and this is my experience, they will want to do science that benefits their communities. And so science needs Africa. And so I think if we are successful and launch a campaign, bring science home, we can leverage the global scientific community, who are very excited to be involved. You saw the person from Google. They want to be involved in Africa. There's a huge resource to exploit. Bring them here to teach, to collaborate, to share and strengthen our values. And then secondly, the young African scientists who need those skills and opportunities can go overseas 3 months a year, overseas while they do their PhD, 9 months a year here. Leverage that global resource to build a very strong science base here. I'm sorry I talked for too long. Sure. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Neil. So let me turn to our colleague from CSR in South Africa here. Again, the story goes that I was born in the Cameroons. And at independence in 1960, Cameroon had 3% literacy rate. That was pretty much across the continent, barely an educated population. And so the immediate priorities as governments, independence-era governments, were about how to wrestle the mantra of colonial offices from the masters. So they focused all their resources pretty much on humanities and social sciences, the government apparatus, and then to reclaim our history that had been questioned in the prior years. So very little, even though they talked about science, very little was done about science. It was, first of all, let these folks go, sit on the table, and then figure out what to do. That was the focus of our higher education for the most part. But eventually, many countries started looking into how to develop that manpower. We've heard many stories about the Lagos plan, the plan here, the plan there. We have to develop all these things. And I give you a little something that is not often talked about. Still around our independence, because our leadership are here, some of us can talk the way we need to talk, so they can hear very well. So this is are repeated. Around the independence period, the World Bank was the biggest supporter of African economies in terms of financing. And they did a study around 1970 that said developing countries would get more yield, more return on investment if they put it in primary education than higher education. So they forced all our governments to put everything into the most elementary education and ignore the top human capital that will run the countries. So our universities got decimated. But then a few other countries, to go around that, found a need to bring up their scientists together, to help figure out how the country can still develop that manpower, do R&D. And quite a few countries established what they call a Council for Social and Industrial Research. Scientific and industrial research, I'm sorry. Some succeeded, some didn't succeed. Our governments being what they are. One of the best success stories was South Africa. And they are still the exemplar of R&D development for their military, for their industry, for their healthcare systems. They are the strongest of all. Many still didn't succeed, and I know them. So we're lucky that we have Dr. Lamani here, who runs CSIR out of South Africa, to help share with us what factors enable CSIR to still stand strong today and be what it is in South Africa. And what role does it play in South Africa's overall scientific development?
Thank you very much, Program Director. I want to also start off by expressing our gratitude to UNECA for inviting the CSR to be part of this very, very important discourse. Maybe just to say a few words about the CSIR. We are the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in South Africa, a research and technology development organization. We've been in existence now, we'll be turning 80 next year. We were created just around 1945 with a very clear mandate to perform directed research and technological innovation that fosters scientific and industrial development. And ultimately, in everything that we do, we need to demonstrate that we are able to contribute towards improving the quality of lives of the people of South Africa. So that is at the heart of what we are expected to do as a CSIR. And I must say that over the years, there are many, many examples that we can point to in terms of how, as an organization, we have lived up to this mandate. Of course, you can imagine that at the time of our creation, the political situation in South Africa was quite different to what it is now. And the role of the CSIR, of course, has changed over the years, from the time of our creation to now. Where now we've got a much more stronger focus in terms of addressing some of the developmental challenges that we are facing as a country, but also to ensure that we can use our capability to contribute towards development in Africa broadly. We do projects across the continent. We work, for instance, with the National Road Agency here in Ethiopia in terms of road-related research, development, and innovation. So we have, over the years, grown our footprint and our impact across the continent and beyond. We undertake projects in Europe, in US, in Asia, on a competitive contract basis, primarily because of the capabilities and the depth of capabilities that we've been able to build. All right, so Pasha save about we receive about 20% of our income as a grant from the state. And the remainder of our income we generate through contract research and development, as I said, that we undertake for various partners, public as well as private. We employ about 1,600 scientists, engineers, and technologists. Our total staff complement is about 2,500. And our work covers at least about 12 sectors of the South African economy. We are in defense and security, in mining, in manufacturing, in chemicals, in ICT, in health, in environmental sciences, in logistics, in the built environment. So we've got a very broad portfolio of capabilities that we've developed over the years. Now, as I said earlier, our primary driver really is to perform work, scientific, engineering, technology development that is directed towards creating an impact. That's what we drive for. Now, the question that you asked, Dr. Nkem earlier, in terms of what has made this possible for South Africa. There are a few things. First of all, you need to make commitment in terms of the willingness to invest in developing capabilities. I think, as I said earlier, we've got capabilities built over a period of 8 years. And the government has been with us throughout that period. Initially, we were fully funded by the state, but now we generate most of our work through contract research. But we're able to do that because of the investments made in the past in terms of building capabilities, both with regards to people, but also research infrastructure. We cannot do anything without the right skills and the infrastructure that we require to be able to do the research that we need to do. Both an infrastructure for fundamental research, but also for the translation of the research outcomes so that we can create impact. I mean, we run piloting facilities and scale-up facilities across the various sectors that I mentioned earlier. So you need to have investment and take a long-term view in terms of what needs to happen. Secondly, you need to have a policy environment that supports technological development and innovation. I think with the transition in South Africa, we created what's called now a national system of innovation. And we developed a policy framework for innovation for the country. And this is what guides then government decisions around investing in research, development, and innovation in the country. Of course, there are gaps also with regards to this. I think one of the things that we've identified that we're working on very strongly recently is around ensuring that we have the right kinds of instruments to support the translation and the commercialization of IP coming out of the work that we are doing, not just as a CSIR, but as a broader system. So there is a need for that to happen. I think thirdly, what we're also beginning to realize, and this is what is contained in the latest white paper on science, technology, and innovation in the country, we need to have much more closer alignment in terms of the industrial policy, the innovation policy, and the human capital development strategy of the country. Because it's no use training people and they're coming out with skills that are not required by industry. Then we run into this problem that we have today of high levels of unemployment of graduates because of this misalignment. So there's a very strong need to ensure that there is a very close alignment between those three elements. And then thirdly, we need to have more collaboration in country, but also across the continent. I was speaking earlier to Dr. Nkem that one of the initiatives that we are trying to drive within the CSIR is to create a collaborative network of all research and technology organizations on the continent so that we can leverage each other's capabilities and, of course, realize the impact that we wish to see. Perhaps I'll stop here for now, Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tirani. Thank you, Tirani. All right. Obviously, we're commenting, all of us, that with this population boom especially, the demand is just surpassing supply by many folds. Some studies say if you double the number of universities or schools in 10 years, exponential growth, double every year for 10 years, you still wouldn't have enough to accommodate them. So tech is a tool that is being put on the table. But what tech? For what purposes? So there's tech. I hear many tech that ends up in my mind be like tech for entrepreneurship. You can use tech to innovate and get market share and be an entrepreneur. That has its place in our higher education. But how about tech for science education? They're two different things. How about tech for tech? Two different things. So there are platforms that give us a wherewithal to do many things, make life easy, so provide solutions to our varied problems. But when it comes to STEM, science, it's lab work, research work, mathematics, board work, formulas, and all the things that provide the foundations for these other applications in various fields. What tech then for that platform? What kind of tools do we think of in that light? So let me turn now to one of our partners here, Ms. Jo Boone, who is the Chief Tech Officer with Global Partnership for Education, to give us her perspective on tech for STEM education.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you also to Mr. Gatete and his UNECA colleagues for inviting me. I have a feeling I'm here under completely false premises. So I'm going to start with that. I'm the Chief Technical Officer, which is not the Chief Technology Officer. I'm the Chief Technical Officer for the Global Partnership for Education.
Thank you.
We're the largest global fund for education. And let's say, you know, in the title of this entire thing, it's around transformation through education, science, technology, and innovation. So permit me to talk about the education bit, and not necessarily, you know, right down into the tech bit, although I will talk about the tech bit, just a little bit, and put a challenge there. So anyway, we're the largest fund for education. We're also a multi-stakeholder partnership. So our board of governors includes ministers of education from across the world. We work in close to 90 low-income and lower middle-income countries, over half of which are in Africa. And a lot of what we try to do is to seek to mobilize partnerships and financing to support national education reforms behind government leadership. So it's not just putting the money in, it's actually about how can we mobilize more money, how can we use the money we have and the connections we have to mobilize partnerships. Now, in preparing for this panel, I read an IFC report that talked about the phenomenal growth in technology talent across the continent. I mean, phenomenal. It's young, as we saw in the previous panel. It's increasingly gender diverse, which we saw in the previous panel and not this one. And it's happening in spite of education systems. Thank you, ladies. But this growth is happening not because of education systems necessarily, but in spite of education systems. Because a lot of the young developers are getting their skills online, they're self-taught, some of them are getting it from university, but it's happening because this is where people are seeing the growth opportunities, and that is amazing. But what the report also says is there's a need for those soft skills, the entrepreneurship, the leadership, the communication, the digital skills, the values, local values, not my values, local values, to be able to actually turn those skills into something that's going to drive economies. And I work with a lot of ministers of education. And I know that governments want their education systems to reorientate themselves to the future, to tackle this misalignment that we hear. And I'm a little bit bored, quite frankly, of saying, well, it's the education system's fault, they're not doing the right thing. Well, no, it's not. It's the economy and it's the job market. There's nowhere for them to go. We have to work better than that, right? We've got to get that collaboration going. So I know that there is a huge, huge desire in education systems to reorientate that. And if you look at policies and curricular development, you see that it's getting on paper. It's not being implemented. And we've got to get serious about implementation. It's not about the policy. The policies are usually pretty good. You know, by the end of this century, the continent will comprise of 42% of the global working age population. Okay? What do we want? We, not just Africa, but actually the world, because this is a global issue. What do we want that working age population to look like? So now I'm going to get real. Okay? Challenges. I heard earlier this is Africa's moment. Couldn't agree more. How do we unlock that potential? Not just the little bit of that potential, but all of that potential. Okay, so the real business, across Africa, 107 million adolescents and children out of school. 1 in 5 children reach minimum reading proficiency by the end of primary. 1 in 5. So that's 4 children who can't read at a basic level. So that's a bunch of lost potential. And actually, there was a good challenge from the earlier panel. It's not just about reading, of course. It's about many, many other foundational learning skills, reading, writing, numeracy, digital skills, learning to live together, social emotional skills. But actually, that's the only one that's measured. And it's even not measured very well. So that's why it often gets put out there. We have teachers' gaps, financing gaps. I won't talk about this. The cost of incomplete education due to child marriage across 12 countries that make up half of Africa's population is estimated at 63 billion in lost capital. Okay? So these are all the losses that we're having before we even get to this bright future that we're talking about. Globally, it's estimated at $11 trillion in lost lifetime earnings as a result of violence against boys and girls in and around schools. So this is me getting a little bit real about some of the challenges that we actually have to deal with right now in order to be able to unleash this potential that we all so very much believe in. So, huge potential, tremendous challenges. So the question is really, technology, and we've a lot of questions about how does education help unleash the technology piece, but actually I want to turn that round and say is how is technology going to help actually address some of these issues? And this is what ministers of education are asking rightly as well. Part of the answer is, I hope, invest wisely, because actually there is an awful lot of poor investment in the edtech space. Yeah? So we need evidence-based solutions. They should be tailored to the specific challenges and contexts, designed to go to scale, so they need to be cost-effective, within education ecosystems and as supplements to education ecosystems. I mean, GPE, we've calculated, we've probably put about $111 billion to support using technology, learning, but also systems strengthening, because it's not just about the learning platforms. So, in Zambia, we're supporting teachers to have access to data on tablets so that they can monitor student performance. Yeah, basic things like this are not happening. In Malawi, solar-powered tablets preloaded with relevant context. During the COVID response, we very rapidly rolled out grants to countries to help them do remote learning. And actually, the big lesson from that was that learning needed to be very low-tech in order for it to have some sort of penetration. So sure, we weren't ready for all the high-tech solutions, although we did invest in platforms. But radios, TV, print materials were also needed to reach people. And in data, I mean, I cannot tell you how often we talk about the dearth of education. Good, easily visual education data. If you really want to drive improvement in anything, everybody in the private sector knows this, you need good data. And it's not reach data. It's not how many people are reached with a program. It's how much they're actually learning and how you're then adjusting what you're doing in order to get that learning. So a whole bunch of different pieces that we can do there. And I will sort of finish in just a second, Chair. So some of the problems we see, and this gets into the policy environment a bit, is, what we are doing as the Global Partnership for Education, what many of the governments are doing in education in this space with this technology, quite frankly, it's a tiny, tiny drop in the ocean. I was really excited by what you were talking about, sir, around local languages, that piece there, because this seems to be, if I can learn French on an app, why cannot every child in Africa be supported to learn to read and write and the rest in a local language using technology, and it be low cost? Why can we not assess learning levels with technology really easily and have it built in? What about the assistive technology that supports children with disabilities? So we're serious about inclusion. These are all, the technology exists for all of these things. And they could revolutionize the piece of future. If we can just lock down, and many, many countries we work with are now really saying we really need to lock down foundational learning, not just literacy, but foundational learning, as the number one thing we need to do right now in order to really capitalize on the future. So the tech exists, but we're not necessarily using it. And there is a disconnect, and it's one of the things we've talked to private sector, we've talked to the big private sector, we've talked to governments. Education budgets are squeezed, we know that, but we also hear that there's a real disconnect between education sort of plans and technology policies. There's quite a weak policy environment for that conversation. We don't really know how to have that dialogue. And things like data management and data protection are very important, obviously, when you're working with young children. There is sometimes a lack of capacity of governments to be able to have that conversation and actually procure the goods and services they might need in order to be able to bridge that gap. So one of the things that we've just started with, and this is my last point, it's a very, very small initiative. It's what we call a technical assistance initiative in Ghana. It's a pilot. It will be with UNICEF, the EdTech Hub, and other local tech partners to see how we can actually build the capacity to bridge the divide and have the conversation to enable getting the right tech to support education and those goals that countries have. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jobun. It's surely a very mixed panel here, obviously. And that reflects the challenges of our higher education and what we call STI. Between the content and the environment that produces it, which technology is one of them. And when you see these discussions, in my mind, it boils down back to our governments that run huge university systems. At the end of the day, we have to get palliative solutions and add on to retrain, to enable, to do other things. And the classrooms have already produced lots of certified manpower. So the question in my mind comes back. If we have to have all this external help to do the job that these 4 or 5 years of universities could have had to do, could this give us the solutions that we need? And we have many partners on the table in that light. 99.9% of our youth go through our university systems. They don't go through the added programs. And those added programs give value. But the bulk of our youth, our national parliamentary budget is through the university system. And so for some of us, that's where research lab works. Lab research, equipment, the thing that you really want to come out and say, here's the next Einstein. They come out of the university. So the panel for me says, imagining Africa's STEM future. If we have to imagine that Einstein coming out of here in 2, 3, 4, 5 generations, then the questions come back to our university systems, to our lecturers, to the, but we do have good partners. In the end, much of Africa's science research support comes from bilateral partners. US-China, US-India, Africa-China, I was in the US. Africa-China, Africa-US, Africa, all the big partners, big funding. You hear big numbers, 60 billion here on the table, 50 there on the table. Much of that supports our science. And you have all the non-profits that want to do good and support us. And they bring solutions that are useful. So when some of us say these things, it's not a critique at partners. You fix your house before partners come in and help you on what you're doing. And so if our university systems are not producing the Einsteins, who would produce the knowledge? I just mentioned earlier that Samsung, count with me, 43,000 computer scientists alone. I don't know how many the whole continent produces per year. And how do we aspire to produce something like this one day with that kind of numbers? So this discussion, should we be asking ourselves, to do AI, to do all this big tech we're talking about, we should be counting instead how many computer scientists come out of our universities, because they are the creators of these things. Otherwise, you're a user. And if the next buzzword comes up, you go with it. The next buzzword comes out, tomorrow China discovers one thing, it becomes the keyword in all policies, you follow. Tomorrow, an American produces one thing, it becomes the big market boss, you follow. Our manpower through our university system. Who should be the producers? These youth boards, for some of us, should be the creative hub of the globe. Science-led development. We can say tech-led development, but for us, again, science means, how do you do astrophysics? How do you do space? How do you explore your own resources? So STEM at the policy level has some issues like this. And I'll say that I am. Again, I'm from Cameroon. That's where I was born. On the west coast of Africa, pretty much the whole continent now, Their economies rest on natural resources. In many of the countries, you don't have any program on petroleum engineering. So how do you even play a role in that? This is STEM policy, to produce the 1,000 petroleum engineers who will do that job. Otherwise, you're excluded and you cannot do anything about it. It's the same thing for all other industries, that if we don't train the engineers, not from external add-ons, from our math departments and engineering departments, then this is our conversation till the end. So we have to train for the fields that undergird our industries, our strategic assets as an African continent compared to the rest of the world. So let me turn around and reach out to my colleague here, Mr. Suraj Shah. We know MasterCard came in around 2010, I think, and they've done plenty of work to support African young people, entrepreneurship, higher education. I know they've done programs to train teachers. I was in Yaoundé. I know they had one of those programs there in Yaoundé. They've supported AIMS. They've supported many. They've provided scholarships for young African students. Because of our universities, they will provide scholarships for our students to go and study abroad. So the thing here is our university system. So I know MasterCard again has done plenty of work. Please give us a little synopsis on the kind of work. Now our topic is STEM and there's tech involved. So handle tech if you will, or any aspect of tech or STEM as MasterCard holds it.
Thank you, Dr. Kumba. Let me technology. I don't think I've ever been to one conference talk about technology where technology hasn't let us down, but that's fine. We live and learn. Dr. Kumba, let me start with MasterCard Foundation's history and why we like to be called MasterCard Foundation, not MasterCard. Okay. We were born in 2006. We were created in 2006 through the generosity of MasterCard when it became a public company. Since then, MasterCard Foundation has its own board of directors, and we seek a world where everybody deserves an opportunity to learn and prosper. These are our two charitable purposes under which all our work is focused on. In Africa, we launched the Young Africa Works strategy in 2018, and our aim is to enable 30 million young people, 70% of whom need to be young women, into dignified and fulfilling work. And how will we do this? So we have country programs in 7 countries in Africa: Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Ghana, Nigeria, and Senegal. But we also have other work through our Pan-African organizations, through the Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning, that covers other countries outside of these. Because we're talking about dignified and fulfilling work, we have invested a lot in education, secondary education, TVET, because these are the platforms through which young people will use to get into dignified and fulfilling work. We need to give them the skills, the competencies, and the knowledge on gaining those kind of forms of work. You talk about university a lot, but depending on the research you look at, it's either 8% or 11%. It doesn't go beyond 11%. That's the transition rate from secondary to any tertiary education, in which case vocational training, etc., is heavily ignored. So at MasterCard Foundation, we've decided to invest in those 2 particular areas more so. But yes, we have the Scholars Program through which we kind of fund deserving young Africans into full-fledged scholarships. By the end of 2022, we had completed 40,000, we had enabled 40,000 young people. By 2030, we want that number to increase to 100,000. Along the way, we're kind of building the capacity, institutional capacity of the learning institutions across Africa. Our goal is to always work with 75% or more African-led organizations as our partners. We're happily progressing on that direction. Very crucial is the current way of learning. I think it was the executive secretary who said, youth lack digital skills. I think they lack digital skills in doing very high performance work. But if you step outside, whether it's Addis, Nairobi, my city, you go to Cairo, you go to Lagos, you go to Abuja, youth are using technology as much as they can. Either it started as a fad, but that's the format that they're learning in. So how do we improve that ability, that opportunity to work in a more sort of targeted way of bringing education content? So supporting Young Africa Works is a Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning that is trying to improve the quality and relevance of education to sort of, pass on the skills and competencies needed for young people to access dignified and fulfilling work. At the Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning, our main focus is how do we create enabling edtech ecosystems within countries. Now, what I'm about to say is, I think Joe's kind of stolen my points. I'm sure I wasn't showing you my notes, but exactly what she had said. Those are the things that we look at. To create an enabling edtech ecosystem, it's no longer a government do it alone. It's the government, the policymakers, it's the regulators, it's the edtech communities, local edtech communities. It's the other partners like development partners. But what we forget a lot of times is the actual users of technology. Let's involve the teachers. Let's involve the parents who are often forgotten. Let's involve youth. At Mastercard Foundation, we have a mandate that all policy dialogues must be youth voice-led, because these are policies that affect the youth. So youth representation in edtech ecosystems is very important, especially appropriate. Gender representation, youth with learning disabilities, youth from displaced communities and refugee centers, and like getting the bar up on equity and access. Now, I keep emphasizing local edtech ecosystems, and I think it was Dr. Avni who talked about AI for Africa by Africa. And this is what we feel, edtech for Africa by Africa. Why local? And I think Peter Otoki talked about that there isn't a shortage of innovations that come through Africa. And in my 4 years in nurturing edtech ecosystems in at least 3 countries so far, adding 5 more this year, we've seen some amazing breakthrough. The local edtech entrepreneurs understand the context, understand the gaps of access to education, gaps in access to technology. They understand, and I think somebody talked about language, very, very important, Will, on creating learning using the languages that people learn with, and then kind of moving on to the more official languages. This is why we're seeing some amazing breakthrough in even access. We've nurtured companies that allow you to do, especially during COVID, carry on learning using a feature phone with as little payment as 3 US cents a day for unlimited questions, multiple question choices being downloaded, and kind of, asking teachers a question. So technology is no longer that behemoth where you need a laptop and a fast internet connection. It's this what we're trying to nurture into to get more into it. But as the lady from Patek said, they're going to invest in companies that do $200 million turnover. Let's pause here. Africa, who's the majority demand for edtech? Who's the major clients for edtech? It's not the small sector of private schools, because they actually don't even use local edtech a lot. It's the locally developed, will be used by governments and public universities, etc. This is why government needs to work at what are the gaps that the government see and how those local edtech ecosystems can bridge those gaps so as to create a demand for their products and they grow. At the center, we're nurturing what we call is fellowships. We've done 3 so far in Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, with some amazing innovations that have come out of the 36 fellows We're adding 5 more hubs across Africa this year. So that'll be 8 hubs in operation, another 12. So by the end of this year, we'll have good 150 budding edtech innovations coming through. I think somebody talked about, I think it was Partech Africa, who talked about the migration of technology innovations across countries, etc. We've already seen it. 2 companies in Kenya in the first cohort last year have taken their operations to Tanzania, etc., because they've got the confidence on how to work with governments and how to kind of expand. We've seen companies that have reached like 51% of the secondary schools in Kenya, 97% of whom are, public schools. So there's hope to grow this edtech ecosystem and a policy and regulatory environment that allows the edtech ecosystems to thrive. But if we take a step outside of just the regulatory environment, something we do also is we host ministers across Africa in our ministerial forums. Our second ministerial forum was 2022, and of course, the subject was COVID. How do we prevent our education systems from suffering shocks like we did? How do we make them resilient? Should learning come to an end because schools are disrupted, or should we continue? So we're now working with governments across Africa, with our partner, the World Bank, on supporting the mainstreaming of hybrid models of learning. So that if any time formal education is disrupted, it could be a pandemic like it was, it could be political strife, it could be adverse weather, how can we ensure that learners keep learning? And that way, there are thousands, if not millions, in every country in Africa that actually cannot access education. So even covering learning anytime, anywhere, especially for girls who in secondary school systems kind of tend to drop out a lot. How do we ensure that girls' education carries on? So that's something we do. And then, of course, Joe mentioned data. This is our partnership with ADEA on working with 30 countries across Africa on what is that data? Where is it going to reside? That quality, on-time, relevant data that enables not just the policymakers to make the right strategic decisions, but also the entire education technology stakeholders to kind of understand where the gaps are and how to continuously keep filling that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shah. Thank you. All right, we saved the most consequential for last. Because every discussion, again, on our continent is led by our political leaders, heads of states, the ministers, those who are tasked by the public funding to do the job for us. And we're lucky that, maybe we're lucky, but he's unlucky. But we have the Honorable Minister of Science, Higher Education, Technology and Innovation of Zimbabwe here with us. We're actually hoping that we'll have the AU Commissioner for ESTI, but this weekend being one of his most busiest. And we're lucky that the Honorable Minister opted to come and clarify some things, using Zimbabwe as a case study on these discussions on STI. Please, Mr. Minister, help us answer this question that we ask to all our ministers, why things are not working or they're working. I don't know. But we ask them questions every other year, every forum, every conversation, every AAU meeting, every other. So tell us, what are the challenges as a minister when you sit at your desk? You look at the lay of the land of your country. You imagine 50 years ahead. You imagine the labor force, the demographics, everything. Zimbabwe is one of the powerhouses of the continent politically from its history, during the frontline states. They are many of us are so proud of their backbone as a strong African country. Now, when it comes to STI, I know the higher education in Zimbabwe used to be the exemplar for the SADC region. Just tell us now when you see Zimbabwe and you imagine the legacy that you leave for the country. Where does STEM fit in there, and how do you imagine Zimbabwe in STEM?
Thank you very much. I'm very privileged to be in this panel. I will just run through, I will talk as an African, as a scientist, as a teacher, and as a minister. One of the most important questions, I think Zimbabwe gives an example And I'll just give you an example of what happens in Zimbabwe. Statistics. Zimbabwe has the highest literacy rate in Africa, 98%. 98 out of every 100 people can read and write. But the question is, why are we not industrialized? This question could apply to many African countries. We have a very high literacy rate. We inherited an illiteracy rate after colonialization of about 10%. We upped it within 20 years to 92%, and now at 98%. But why are we not the most industrialized country in Africa? Has been the question. So, if we have to make science, technology, and innovation work for Africa, we must always ask its foundation, the foundations of your education. Why are you learning for who? And after learning, what do you want to do? What do your people want? So I want you to get these keywords. Focus. 1. Silence. 2. 3. Home. Home. Heritage. What do you have? Are you, if you are learning, and there is the issue of framework versus detail. People can calculate mathematics, can do differentiation, can do integration, can do all sorts of things. But you are integrating for what? You are differentiating for what? Because we have some of the best minds. In Africa, we have some of the best minds. I'm not saying Zimbabwe. In Africa, we have some of the best minds. But they have to answer the fundamental question of what do our people want before you learn. Our vision 2063 of becoming a dignified Africa, which is industrialized, which is modernized, which has got respect for humanity, how we achieve it is based on the capabilities that we have to deploy. And we have to go back to basics. People need food. 1, people need shelter. 2, people need connection. Connection includes telephones and transport. People need health. People need water. All our mathematics, our science, our technology, our innovation has to answer these questions for it to be useful. But if we are studying it because the book is nice so that I get A. In Zimbabwe, we get AAAs. Oh? AAAs. 15 A's at O level. 15 points, 20 points at A level. But then, why are we hungry? Why are we not having the machines? Why are we not having all these things? So we really looked at our education system in Zimbabwe and said, yes, we are very literate and we are very proud. The United Nations says we are the highest literate country in Africa. But why are we poor? So we looked at the foundations of the philosophy of education. And we discovered that university education was mainly focusing, and moderator, you said it, doctor, very nicely, that we focused on other things during our struggles and after our struggles. Now, we were focusing on teaching, a bit of research, and a bit of community engagement, which means talking to people about what I don't know. Right? So now, when we are talking about teaching, we are talking about a book which was written by Professor Brahma somewhere in some country, elsewhere. And having a professor who says there are no textbooks at his university, and yet he must be a professor who must be writing those books. Now, so we characterize our education in teaching, research, and community service. And you know, most of us are professors because of that. We called it Education 3.0 in our talking. And we said Education 3.0, its problem is, it is producing people who talk, but who don't do. And who are fit for a colonial administration, but who can't be fit for an independent Africa. Because an independent Africa needs goods, it needs services. It needs industry in goods and services. So no matter how many A's you can get in STEM, as long as its philosophical foundations are wrong, the context in which you are teaching it are wrong, it will not happen. Now, we then said, okay, let's look at what we need for our science, technology, and innovation to work. We said, let's change our focus from Education 3.0 and add 2 more things, which we call innovation and industrialization. Every university, every teaching institution has to look at this spectrum: teaching, research, innovation, industrialization, community relevance. 5. Then we can use our education as a tool to fight poverty, like what Nyerere said, not to escape poverty. Because normally we were using, oh, I've got 10 A's and heaps of papers like this. For what? We are hungry. So now we changed this education to Education 5.0. But we said it has to be relevant to its people. That's why I'm returning you to the concept of home. Then we said heritage-based education 5.0. What is heritage? It's our minerals, it's our people, it's our water, it's our trees, it's our animals. When you are doing biotechnology, please, and you are doing, let's say, foliar chemistry, why do you use a maple tree when you have got a sasa tree at your home? Because it's still the same tree, the different trees, but God gave different things to different places. So your heritage is your power. If we are going to do in the biopharmaceutical industry, let it be based on Zimbabwe's trees or on Africa's trees. Why do you want to go to trees which don't grow there? Why are we studying things that are not there? Why are we studying things that are imaginary? Why are you talking about a polar bear when we've got a Simba at home? So we then changed the whole philosophy and we call it heritage-based education 5.0. What did we do? For it to work, you need to fix the programs. What are you studying? How are you studying it? Number 2, you have to fix the workforce. What are they teaching? How are they teaching? Number 3, you have to fix the physical and digital infrastructure, the learning environment. Number 4, you have to fix the legal infrastructure. What are the laws saying? Number 5, you have to fix the financial infrastructure. How are you funding it? So in Zimbabwe, let me just give you an example of this philosophical shift which we did about 5 years ago. We started from 5 years ago during the Second Republic under the leadership of Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa. We have built innovation hubs across all universities. So no one finishes school without doing innovation as part of their studies. And without telling us, after learning, which industry will they produce. Because industries don't fall from the sky. Because Africa has been having this paradox of, we have low employment. How do you have low employment when you have no food and you are importing it? How do you have low employment when you are importing $1 billion of medicines? How do you have low employment? All these things are jobs that you are exporting. It basically means if we have capability development within these areas, surely a person who cannot say, I'm not employed, I'm a graduate in agriculture when the land is there. What did you learn? You learn how a plant does photosynthesis without touching a plant? How do you do agriculture without getting dirty? So all these things are basic questions, but very fundamental to the education of Africa. And we have done our innovation hubs, and we have done our industrial parks. Every university has an industrial park. And I want us to be able to go and experience it in the Republic of Zimbabwe, what has happened in the past 5 years. In MasterCard, I'm very happy that you are sponsoring Roof Forum. And from 10 to 16 December 2022, we had 163 universities from across Africa to come and talk about heritage-based education 5.0 and how Zimbabwe is moving by attacking the wrong philosophy of education. Because it's not about calculating. Yes, I can calculate, but calculate what? Because integration is about how much water has passed through this place instead of just saying integration and you are looking at a curve, which is in a book. It must be translated to water. Water passed through here. And that's integration. That's its application. So I want basically to say, attack the philosophical foundations of your university or your education system, and you'll be able to liberate Africa. It's a liberationist philosophy. You can't make medicines out of things that you don't have. You can't mine minerals from minerals that you don't have, surely you have to dig what is there. So once Africa believes in home, which I call heritage, we will progress. We will use our minerals. We use mathematics on our minerals, use engineering on our minerals, using science on our minerals. We will be wealthy. Because you cannot, Africa is not poor. It might have been attacked philosophically. It's time to regain the correct philosophy of saying home is power. Your home is your base of power. If you want to weaken a fish, remove it from the water. Your home is your water. If your education is first or focused on your home, you will be powerful. Medicines from your tree. Minerals from your minerals. Water from your rivers, and so forth. Don't import water. Make water. Don't import minerals. Mine them and do the value chain. And the university, the educated person, is the basis of all this. But education is not reading and writing. Reading and writing is the foundation. After reading and writing, which is coding and decoding, you must be able to apply it for industrialization and modernization. Therefore, we believe heritage-based education 5.0 framework is the way to liberate Africa. During COVID, the wall of COVID, Zimbabwe had less than 6,000 deaths, but may all those who lost their lives rest in eternal peace. But it was fought using education 5.0, using the education system. We started making our own oxygen industry using this design of the education system. Now we are exporting oxygen, just in 5 years. We started making medicines out of this philosophy of the education system. You might have a lot of energetic minerals, but just like I want to finish by saying, petrol has power to propel you from place to place. But if that petrol is not put in a tank and controlled in terms of its burning, you will not go anywhere. So we cannot always say we have a demographic dividend. Oh, we have got young people. But if those young people are not channeled within the correct philosophy of education, it will be a lot of energy, a lot of movement, and no results. So it's about the philosophy, it's about the frameworks, and we'll industrialize and modernize Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think coincidentally, we did well to leave the most consequential for last, as it sounds. And our time is up. We actually went past time. I apologize. Obviously, it was a very good discussion. Let me reach out to the Madam MC and see, do we leave or do we have one more question?
We have a closing remark, actually. I'd like to invite Executive Secretary Gatete to comment on your conversation. If we could please get him a microphone, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really, I think if they were given extra time, everybody was not even thinking about lunch. You just reminded us. This was very, very, very interesting. And actually, this is what is needed now because we are in a changing environment. Now, I think the issue of science, technology, and innovation and education, there's nobody who has any doubt. The problem is how. Because everybody who is seated here, I'm just bringing it layman's language. Everybody seated here has a telephone. 30 years from now, back in 30 years, imagine someone who had no telephone and is in a conference like this one. But everybody here was halfway at home doing some work and halfway attending a conference. So, but you can imagine the productivity of your work, regardless of where you are. In 1999, in Rwanda, where I was serving, we were really struggling to write a vision for 20 years that would start in 2000. And we were surprised that the current president, emphasized that in as much as we needed a vision for 20 years, we also needed an IT vision, a technology vision. And actually, called someone from here, ECA, a Ghanaian, who came through the process. And we started what you call the NIC plan. But when we started negotiating with the Bretton Woods institutions at that time, They say, no, education is number one, health is number two, and other issues, but no technology. So what the government did was actually to bring in later on Korea Telecom for the infrastructure, the broadband infrastructure. And that was just the beginning of the technology being introduced in the country, affecting almost all the sectors, from government, private sector, land digitization, which is 100% now digitized, the health, even in the legal system. It worked. Now, when I was in the central bank, which you know that for a central bank to work under the banking system without the modern technology, things don't work out nicely. I remember contracting a company from the Nordic countries, CMA Small Systems, and they came and we installed modern core banking system. When we installed it and in the whole banking system, then we started seeing what we call the velocity of money. The money changing hands very fast. The reason why you see it in the Western countries anywhere you go, even when you land, everybody is willing to give you a credit card. Even when you are going for shopping and you live there, they will tell you there is another shopping card here. You find yourself struggling with debt, but they make you spend, whether you like it or not. So that's the velocity of money because the money is changing hands very quickly. So in this case, when we started and introduced the whole entire system, then we are longing for, let's have Visa, let's have MasterCard. Okay, we got them. And then we installed the ATMs. Yes, they were so good. But what made a huge difference was the mobile money. Where this time you don't have to need the cash, you can pay just like that, and then you start the velocity of money. And that's what drives the economy. And if you didn't have the technology, I don't know whether that country, Rwanda, would be where it is right now at the moment. Now, that's just one small area. But now with continental free trade area, initially we had regional markets. We had regional commissions where we are saying, in the region of COMESA, let's have a trade among these countries. East Africa, West Africa, North Africa, Central Africa, the same. But now we are building the whole Africa together, which we need infrastructure, which we need different industries, which we need different knowledge base, which it needs everything. Now, how do we train our people? How do we make sure that our people, what they do and what they learn is compatible with what the industry needs? How do we have the two talk to each other? Those who are doing technical training institutions, those who are in the universities, so that you don't, as the minister mentioned it very well, you don't just do the imaginary work, and then you come up with A's and you think it's right. That wouldn't be helping us. For us to be able to trade within Africa, you can't trade without technology, without e-commerce, without infrastructure, without all these things. But the teaching should be in conformity with actually what is needed for development. And this is what we are discussing, and actually this is what we want. We very much appreciate really the discussion with all the knowledge, but this is the time that we as Africans, because in 2030, 1 in 2 people globally will be an African. We are the ones with a very high growing youth. Others, there is a problem of the aging populations. And the whole world is going to depend on Africa for development. But how are we going to develop this youth from today, not tomorrow, from today for the future productivity, for the growth of the global economy? That's why we are having this kind of discussion, and I just wanted to thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary, and a big thank you to our panel as well. We'd like you to remain seating. We're just going to enjoy a small, short address by Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill, United Nations Secretary General's Envoy on Technology. Let's turn our eyes to the screen.
Integrate AI strategies into existing digital transformation strategies aimed at closing the digital gap and accelerating development. There's no need to bolt AI separately on to what's going on. I think it's important to find ways to integrate AI into existing digital development and digital transformation strategies. The second point I want to make is that we need to identify more sharply the opportunities and the benefits from AI. Because if we just follow the general hype, then transforming the potential into concrete value add and thus building the trust of policymakers, consumers and investors is going to be difficult. So we have to identify more sharply exactly what we can do with AI, whether it's in the area of agriculture and food security, to build more climate change resilient plant varieties, agriculture practices, or it is to train farmers using more innovative ways, AI-driven ways, to meet them closer to where their problems are, or areas like health, the green transition, smart energy grids, or what have you. Then the next point I want to make is that we need to foster digital ecosystems for AI. These digital ecosystems are built through layers of digital public infrastructure that allow more diverse talent, more players to engage in the digital economy, that allow data flows to build up and thus enable the use of AI on top of those data flows, whether it is the training side of AI or the inference side of AI. It's only by taking an ecosystems approach, it's only by nurturing these clusters of AI work that African countries can leapfrog into this advanced technological space. There will be no shortcuts, so this ecosystem approach is very important. The fourth point I want to make is about nurturing of talent. The African talent story is just emerging. In less than a decade, 1/3 of the global workforce will come from Africa. So this is a huge asset to be nurtured. There's tremendous energy on the continent. This is human energy, this is creative energy. There are very interesting and diverse contextual issues to which AI can be applied. So if we can nurture the talent, it knows that context and it will bring its creativity to bear on solving problems in that context. One more word about talent. This talent is not only going to be about computer science, mathematics and artificial intelligence. To be really at the cutting edge of AI work, we would need cross-domain talent. Agriculture scientists who understand and implement AI, doctors who work with digital health and who can bring AI to bear on diagnostics, for example. The fifth point I want to make is that Africa needs to build partnerships across borders in the continent itself. And fortunately, this is work that aligns with what is already being done in Africa on free trade and building a single common market. If countries who are used to working with each other, whether it's in Eastern Africa, in Southern Africa through SADC or in ECOWAS, can come together, they can achieve greater economies of scale in terms of the data flows, in terms of the pooling of talent, and in bringing together scarce compute resource for the benefit of everyone. I want to take this opportunity to also highlight some of the work that we are doing at the UN to ensure that AI works for all humanity. The Secretary General has set up a high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence with several prominent members from Africa. Its interim report that was released around Christmas emphasizes a balanced approach across opportunities and enablers, across risks and challenges, and of course the institutional governance response. I want to stress that governance itself is an enabler alongside data, compute, human resource and knowledge of the context. And the advisory body's members who are deeply interested in AI's role in the SDGs, in building a more inclusive, more empowered digital future, they have looked at specific enablers, specific strategies to make sure that these technologies are adopted responsibly, are lended in context, and more importantly, that they are not just taken as consumers, but countries in the global south, in particular in Africa, can become solution makers themselves. This work continues. The advisory body is now in a listening phase. It will engage a number of communities from around the world, including in Africa, focusing on some of the priority areas that I have just outlined, but also digging deeper. For instance, there's a very interesting idea that the advisory body is going to pursue. How does a startup located in Nairobi, a hypothetical startup, participate as an equal partner in the global AI value chain? We will continue to work with our colleagues at the ECA, at the African Union Commission, and other partners across Africa to ensure that AI works for development and that it works for everyone, in particular our friends and colleagues in Africa who have so much to offer to the world as it builds this digital future, inclusive, empowering digital future for everyone. I thank you very much.
That was an address given by Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill, United Nations Secretary General Envoy on Technology. Let's once again give a big round of applause to our panelists for their invigorating and energetic session. And we will now proceed to the networking lunch, which will take place just outside here at the Delegates Lounge. There will be ushers and protocol to guide all of you, and we'll be back here to continue with the program at 2:30 sharp. Enjoy your lunch, and thank you to all of you.
So let me thank you also, colleagues, for a good session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you to regain your seats. We will be commencing in just 2 minutes. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I trust that you have had an enjoyable lunch. And as we continue on to this afternoon session, let us just take a few takeaways from this morning's conversation. We've talked about the power of artificial intelligence, digitalization in shaping our continent. We also talked about the role of education and how it is necessary, and in fact an imperative, to ensure that education moves along with technology. Now we're about to go into our next conversation, which is all about scaling up transformative initiatives for development. In this session, we're going to be diving into the transformative initiatives poised to reshape Africa. We're going to be looking into how education, science, technology, and innovation can amplify this effect, and we'll also tackle critical challenges of scaling these initiatives to the potential that we believe it can be. We'll look at the role of financing and investment. Without further ado, it is my absolute honor and pleasure to introduce to stage the person who will lead this conversation, Mr. Saeed Adejimobi, Director of Strategic Planning, Oversight and Results Division at ECA. Let's give him a big round of applause.
By innovation, by technology, we'll be looking at the role of energy, particularly being driven by green hydrogen. We'll be looking at the production of vaccines in Africa. We'll also be looking at the electric battery electric vehicle value chain, which the ECA and Afrexim Bank are deeply involved in. This is a market that is about $132 billion as of 2023, and it's anticipated to be around $500 billion by 2033. We'll be looking at the role of artificial intelligence and also the Origin Initiative. It's my honor and privilege to invite the distinguished panelists. We've got two eminent ministers amongst us, and also other top-notch executives who are part of this panel. I would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Engineer Batu Itafa Galeta, the Minister of Water and Energy of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, you are most welcome. Afrexim Bank. Mr. Abdoulaye Diak Simon. You want to say? Mr. Abdoulaye Diak Simon, the Senior Program Manager, Google AI Center in Ghana. You're most welcome. And also Dr. Anthony Kijinji, CEO and Managing Director, Semiconductor Technologies Limited. You're most welcome. So I'd like to once again welcome you to this session. With the permission of the Executive Secretary, I'll be changing the methodology of this conversation very slightly. I will only give 5 minutes to the presenters, and we'll have a discussion session, a question and answer session, because this is meant to be interactive. Rather than being a monologue, it should be a dialogue. So in that sense, we'll only have 5 minutes for the presenters. Honorable Ministers, I hope you don't mind. You'll be given only 5 minutes to share your experiences with us. In this particular session, we are looking at the experiences of countries, and we are looking at some cutting-edge innovations or initiatives that the continent is currently undertaking. And the panelists will be sharing their experiences with us in terms of those initiatives, what has been the role of science, technology, and innovation in those initiatives currently going on the continent, and how can we scale up? What is it that we need to scale up and have bigger development impact than we are having currently? Africa is still a small player in the battery electric vehicle value chain, but there's a lot of potentials for us to be the biggest player in that space. What do we need to do, and how do we need to do it? That's the kind of conversation we'll be having this afternoon. But before we delve into that, let me share some thoughts with you, since I have the floor, and as moderator of this session. I could also engage in some of the conversation we've been having since morning. 3 major points. One is that I think we need to take cognizance of the dynamics taking place in terms of knowledge production and innovation. I think there's a whole democratization of innovation in the world. It's moved from the traditional orthodox space of universities to a whole, knowledge highway that we have. It's not only universities, it's not only technical colleges that produce knowledge any longer. Knowledge is completely democratized. And as we plan for education, we need to take cognizance of that democratization of the knowledge and innovation space. The second point for me is that it's important for us to also take cognizance of the context and ecology of innovation. In other words, what are the main incentives for innovation on the African continent? What are the incentives that we have for it to take place? Some will argue that probably if Mark Zuckerberg, the owner of Meta, were to be in Africa, probably he will not be where he is today. It's out there, the jury is out there whether that's true or not. But the ecology, the incentive regime that we give to innovation is extremely important. What is it that we have on the continent? I think this is something that policymakers need to speak to. And the final point I'd like to raise has to do with our lived experience in relation to innovation. I think that's extremely important, and that's the point that the minister was making, the Minister of Education from Zimbabwe. I think he was speaking to the fact that education, innovation, technology must speak to our lived experience as a people. It's extremely, extremely important. We've got about 80% of our population in the rural areas. What does it say to us about the kind of technology we're developing? During COVID-19, there was this picture of this young girl, a rural girl, which was in the social media. And there was a whole encouragement that internet should be used, students should go virtual and all that. And this girl was going without shoes. And the commentary was, what about us? What about us? We are completely disconnected. Are we not also entitled to education during COVID-19? And for me, that speaks to how we deploy technology, how we deploy innovation to support the majority of our population, because we've got about 80% of our people domiciled in the rural areas. So we need to, as we think through our engagement, both at the global, regional, and national level of technology initiatives and innovation, we need to relate with our lived experience as a people. On that note, I'll call our first panelist to speak to us, His Excellency Dr. Engineer Ambatu Itefa Galeta, who will be speaking to us on harnessing the continent's energy needs with green hydrogen. Honorable Minister, I'm sorry, you will have only 5 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, Excellencies and guests. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers also to give us this chance. By the way, when we talk about innovation, that is the real direction. Innovation is coming out, especially in developing nations, mainly in Africa. So there should be some mechanism of devising solution, how to accommodate the world in a peaceful way, that it will be helping for everyone can equally serve it on this globe. Coming specific to today's topic, harnessing the renewable energy, mainly on green hydrogen. I think Africa should be the one who should champion about this kind of alternative options. Before saying detail about it, these days people are getting aware of searching for alternative mechanism of devising energy source. We know so far fossil fuel has been the one taking the big rank, then after other alternative source. But there is a question globally in terms of survival of the entire nation from environment, from carbon emission, that really a lot of people have been paying big price, mainly we, European nations, where we contribute less for the pollution, but we are the one to harness the maximum of that. I think it's a good opportunity for us to see the world is aware and say, let's get out of that. If you remember, some of us who have been on COP28, the UAE, I was there. The main agenda was mainly running here and there in terms of energy. Therefore, the concept of green hydrogen was also popping here and there, and the people are saying, scientifically, when we are talking of green hydrogen, still people have been using hydrogen one or the other way, but this day, the term green is already added upon that. Why it is green? When we say hydrogen is produced, the way we produce, the resource we use matters. In Africa, we do have clean water, surface water, groundwater, which is perfectly our good bargaining power. Second, we do have big option of potential of renewable energy source, wind, solar, if we can see them. If we combine the existing renewable energy source with from the available water source, really what we are going to produce is a green hydrogen. Because we say it is green, the entire process is coming throughout without or with very minimum pollution to our environment. Conceptually, the idea is to disintegrate the hydrogen and oxygen from our water component that we are having. Anyone can say, okay, yeah, I can make green hydrogen from seawater, ocean water. We can imagine how much cost it will be even to purify that, then to convert that one to green. But in Africa, it's not in that way. If we see in the east part, Ethiopia mainly big hydropower potential, in central part, the west part, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and many of them, they are really blessed with our river and water source. So decomposing this water into the hydrogen component that is purely green, that can be used for any purpose, that energy can be utilized. So the process that we use in the system is using solar, wind, and so on that are so helpful to bring and to compose that one. That's why I say Africa should take the championship, the leading role, because now everyone is aware what's going on from energy production. They are seeing where are our resources. In Africa, we do have good start, thanks to our African brothers like Mauritania. They are on good move. They are showing us. If we take my nation, Ethiopia, our country, we already have a draft policy of the green hydrogen that the government believes is vital, is important, because our existing energy is more than 92% from hydropower, which makes it green. We do have good quality water, and groundwater, surface water, and then the entire system really can be 100% sure to say that it is a green hydrogen. So once we get connected to our neighboring nations as well, our neighbors can get utilized out of that. So the entire Africa can get connected from north to south, from east to west, and then can utilize that technology. But one critical assignment I think we have to take into account is about the cost of investment, which is so high, so huge. Of course, these days the price is getting lower. By 2030, it's expected to have like not more than $2 to $3 per kg to produce that. Just before a week, I was on science and the concept into actions. That's all. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister has proposed to us that we need to consider very seriously the issue of green hydrogen empowering the continent. Of course, some others will argue that perhaps we need to go nuclear.
Needs to be built. Using the COVID-19 vaccine that you're talking about, the first part is to understand really what is the issue you're trying to solve, what is the epidemiology that you have be it in your country, but also on the continent. So there needs to be work to understand the burden of disease that you have on the continent. The second important part is the research and development part. This COVID vaccine, as you know, we were able to have it on the market just 1 year after getting the sequence of the virus that caused COVID-19, which is SARS-CoV-2. But there has been fundamental work that investing in higher education is extremely important, both in basic sciences, but as well as in translational research. So we're talking about the level of PhD levels, postdocs, extremely important, and to have it here on the continent, but with collaboration with the world in general. The third part of it is the clinical trial. Clinical trial, understanding, again, the burden of disease, the specificity, the virulence, the response to different vaccines that we have. It needs to be run on the continent, and maybe let me use Rwanda as a country. We have 10 clinical trial sites working on different diseases and molecules that are pertinent for the country, but that you can extrapolate to the continent to a certain level. The fourth important pillar is the regulatory affairs part. If you're talking about vaccines, you want to produce vaccines of top-notch quality that will benefit the continent and the world in general. So we have our Food and Drug Authority, which is a young organization, about 5 years of age, but that has quickly matured, and now it's on the brink of receiving its, by WHO standards, what we call maturity level 3, which is the level of quality and standards that is required to produce vaccine that can be exported everywhere. But beyond that, it needs to be regulated at the level of the continent and harmonized so that a vaccine that is produced in X country can be scaled to the other 50+ countries that we have on the continent. So African Union has been working on the Africa Medicine Agency that is going to be headquartered in Kigali, that will be the body to harmonize all these vaccines that we're working on the continent to serve the 1.5 billion people that we have. So it's extremely important to have that. Now, after you've done all that, that's how the biomanufacturing comes in part. And for that, you need partnerships. Partnerships that tackle issues with the most up-to-date technologies. So for Rwanda, for instance, we have partnered with BioNTech, which is a leading biotechnology company, is the one that maybe most used for the vaccine. They partnered with Pfizer to have the COVID vaccine. And they have set up the first plant outside of Germany. So the headquarters is in Kigali, BioNTech Africa, that was launched end last year. The beauty of it and the choice of it has a reason, because the mRNA technology can respond to issues that we have that are unfinished on the continent. We are talking about infectious disease, HIV, TB, malaria. The technology of mRNA is quite flexible, that you can design it to solve many issues. But there's also a second part. If you look at the demographics of a continent and the epidemiology, we are facing this double burden, unfinished business of infectious disease, but a looming issue that has already started actually of non-communicable diseases. We are talking about cancer, cardiovascular diseases, and others. This technology will be able to be flexible to deal with all of this, which is extremely important to scale on the continent and be able to respond to any pathogen that might come. So the choice, the strategic partnerships with firms that are able to deal with issues that can be multi-pronged, not just tackle one disease, but being able to be flexible to move from disease X to Y and whatever will come in the future. And then after that, you need to have a functioning health to vaccinate 70% of our population in 1 year. Now it's at the level of 90%, but that's something that you build over time because our vaccine coverage generally across the board is around 95%. So delivery, and then the important thing is to see how to market shape. So the BioNTech Africa company has a capacity to produce 50 to 100 million doses of vaccine per year. That's for the entire continent. The question here will be, and the other countries that are working on that as well, how can we, based on the value chain that I've explained, build our systems to be able to scale something that has worked. Sometimes it's not necessary to reinvent the wheel, and put it in different parts so that we're able to serve our continent. I think this will be the important part of vaccine manufacturing on the continent. It works. There's a model that shows how it can work. We just need to take it up and to scale it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think we've taken the first step in Africa, and that's creating the African Medicine Agency, which is going to be in Kigali, Rwanda. I also picked up your point about the ecosystem around more. Zanabi, the acting director of the Trade Facilitation and Inter-Africa Trade Fair at the Afro-Exim. Gimo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and I would like to start by acknowledging ES for basically putting this important, long overdue session, which is actually speaking about practical things that needs to be done to get the African continent ahead. And listening to my minister, I actually feel motivated because there are practical things that we really need to focus on. And the solutions are here in Africa. And as Afro-Exim, we have been working with a number of partners. And UNECA has basically been an excellent partner in trying to assist the continent to actually focus on industrialization. And people have been saying we have potential, we have the resources. But I know that with the same with you, honorable ministers, when you go to your people, people don't eat potential, so they need tangible things. So what we have decided to do at Afro-Exim is to find out why is it that we've got minerals. We allow some companies to come to our countries, they drill holes, they dig the dirt, they carry it away, and we don't benefit. We are exporting income, we are exporting development. We see our young people dying crossing the Mediterranean. Maybe they are right, they are following their resources. We need to put a stop to that and ensure that we add value to our resources. And if you look at DRC and Zambia, DRC has got more than 70% of cobalt. Everybody needs that, copper. So we actually sat down with UNECA. There was a forum that was organized in DRC, the Africa Business Forum. In 2021, we actually said, what is it that we can do to help DRC and Zambia to add value to their minerals and transform their economies, create jobs for young people? So what came out of that forum was that we actually need to focus on establishing special economic zones, one in Zambia, one in DRC, to focus on this battery and electric vehicles value chain. Why is it important? The potential is huge. Because when you look at just the mining segment of the value chain, it's estimated that it's worth about 11 billion, right? So if you are playing just at the digging, the dirty drilling holes, you are not getting anything. But if you move a step towards the value chain, you focus on refining and processing these metals. It could be nickel, cobalt, lithium, and graphite, etc. You can actually produce phosphates. And so when you do the refinery, you produce these metals. You are actually moving from 11 billion to 44 billion. Continue on the value chain. You can actually do the next step where you produce battery precursors. You are moving from 44 billion to 271 billion. You can actually see the value that you are putting in the continent. And if you go a step further, you produce you now assemble the battery cells assembly. You actually are looking at a value chain that is worth about 387 billion. Then let's now fast forward to electric vehicles. The value chain is basically estimated currently at around 7-8 trillion. By 2050, it will be around $46 trillion. So you can look at the potential that the continent is actually sitting on. That is why Afro-Exim, working with UNECA and also other partners, African Development Bank, Badia AFC, we actually said as Africans, we need to pool our resources together to actually support DRC and Zambia as pilot to actually add value to their minerals and transform these economies. These are the things that will actually make sense. And if you look at what we are now doing, we've done a feasibility study. Afro-Exim does just not talk. We actually execute. So the feasibility study has been completed, and it's very clear that DRC and Zambia are actually cheaper locations to produce these batteries. They've even beaten China, US, and Poland, based on the feasibility study we've done. And we're going to work with these countries to establish special economic zones And the impact in terms of employment, we are looking at, just on a minimum side, we are looking at 15,000 jobs being created directly and another 25,000. But if we link it to the science and technology, you actually trace the value chain from the mining all the way to the production of batteries. We need skills, we need engineers, we need people who actually understand how to do the battery processing. So these are some of the things that we need to focus on. So these are the things that Afreximbank is focusing on, and we have done this in other countries. I can give you an example. In Nigeria, we actually focused on supporting the Dangote refinery. Afreximbank was the first to put billions of dollars on the table to say this can be done. And right now, the refinery is coming up, and we can do that with each and every mineral on the continent. This will allow us to transform the continent, and I want to probably leave a challenge with every one of you in the room that in the next probably 10 to 20 years, we really need to actually focus on science and technology and industrialization. I wish if all the heads of states, when they come to the summit, the thing they focus on is just science and technology and industrialization. This is what will actually help us to develop our economies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Gilmore, I think the message here is yes, we can. Yes, as Africans, we can do it. But I think as we craft our special economic zones, we must make sure that we crowd in domestic capital. We must also make sure that we create intersectoral linkages in terms of how we evolve this, so that at the end of the day, we do not create special economic zones of which external interest will be dominant. I think we need to take cognizance of that. And working with Afreximbank, I think that's something we're going to pay a lot of attention to. We move on to the next panelist, Mr. Abdullahi Diang, Senior Program Manager, Google AI Center in Ghana. Mr. Diak, you have the floor, please.
So before I start, I just wanted to mention something. I was making a demo presenting the fraud forecasting solution to Honorable Minister of Zimbabwe of Education, and he said technology is only as good as it is useful, and that really resonated with me, and I think this is something we've been trying to follow. We've set up our Google AI Center in Ghana 5 years ago, and we've more recently expanded into Kenya. In my team, I have research engineers, research scientists from all over Africa, Ethiopia, Cameroon, Benin, Sudan, Senegal, Kenya, and so on. But the point is that they are all pushing the boundaries of AI on the global stage, not just for Africa. And we are all driven by the need to tackle African challenges. And I would just like to explain maybe 3 ways we've done so. The first one is agriculture. We know that agriculture is a key sector. A lot of people depend on agriculture, directly or indirectly. So what we did is we partnered with Makerere University in Uganda, and we built a model that was small enough to fit in a phone with the idea of tackling crop disease. So just imagine that you have a plant doctor in your pocket, and the farmer can snap a picture of a cassava leaf and get the image analyzed and get information about the disease and what information to take, what action to take, sorry. The important thing is that once we basically finished building this model, we released the source code and the model to the public for anyone to use. That is very important. We are sparkling innovation is what makes change sustainable. We can't do it all by ourselves. The next thing I would like to talk about is mapping. We know that incorrect maps can hinder development. So what we did a few years ago is that we built a model that can scan satellite images from all over the continent and detect as many buildings as possible. In total, we've detected over 500 million buildings. And again, we open source the data. Anyone today can download the whole building footprint of Ethiopia, Rwanda, and many other African countries. But here's the twist. The model worked so well that we ended up applying it to the whole global south. So now we've actually detected 1.8 billion buildings in Latin America, in the Caribbean, in Africa, South Asia. Today you can download the whole footprint of India thanks to our work. And here what I want to stress is that it's an African-made innovation that's had a global impact. And this is very important. This is not just about our continent. My team came out straight of African universities, and most of them public universities. And they are at the same level as any advanced research scientist or engineers that is working in Mountain View in California. That is, again, very important. The next thing I would like to talk about is languages. And UN Secretary General talked about languages, how important it is. We've all heard the buzzwords today, you know, LLM, large language model, generative AI, and all of that. But here's the question. In this amazing technology revolution, does it include us Africans? My dream is that, let's say, a kid in the rural Ethiopia will have access to the same AI-powered tools for education, language support, access to knowledge as any other kids in the world. Imagine that you could translate from Amharic to Oromo in an instant, from Oromo to Swahili, from Swahili to Lingala to Kinyarwanda, and so on. What would be the impact of that? I'm talking about without passing through English. Wouldn't that, you know, get us closer and improve trade and understanding? So this is the questions. On languages, my feeling is that we really need to prioritize digitizing African languages. And if we don't, what's going to happen is that we won't be able to shape this amazing AI revolution. Rather, it is going to shape us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dieng. Our language is a powerful source of our identity. It defines who we are. That's extremely, extremely useful. Also, the mapping that you're doing, I think is wonderful. It's going to be very useful to policymakers, from the security policy sector to the planning development sector. I think this is something you should place at the disposal of our policymakers. Thank you very much for the wonderful work that you are doing in Google. We move on to the last presentation before we open the floor, and that's going to be by Dr. Anthony Kijinji. Sorry if I didn't pronounce your name well. The CEO and Managing Director of Semiconductor Technologies Limited. Doc, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I think a language model will help with my name. So I'm really, really excited to be here, Executive Secretary, all protocols observed. It's not every day that an African like me can sit in front of you and talk about advanced semiconductor manufacturing. So it is really important for me to hear all the synergistic conversations that have come out today, and more importantly, around the minerals and the value chains. So I'm here to talk about Origin, and Origin is Origin Innovation Labs, to be precise, is a brainchild of UNECA and also supported by the Association of Entrepreneurial Universities and in Africa. Our part on how we play into this is as a commercial partner. And I'll start by perhaps telling you a little bit about how semiconductor technology came into the continent, and specifically in Kenya. So my background is I've been in the semiconductor and advanced microchip manufacturing globally for over 25 years. And in all my forays back and forth from United States to Europe to East Asia, what I found out is that the supply chain, as vast as it is, which is $570 billion a year, and by definition, a supply chain is an interrelated mix of activities, including distribution, manufacturing, finance, policy. In all those 25 years, there was not a single time when I sat in advanced conversations in Samsung or Global Foundries or other places
where Africa was even in the picture with regard to value chains, supply chains, with the exception of minerals. And even then, the minerals, which account for about 60% of the bill of goods for the manufacturing of advanced technology, is literally hogged out of our ground and shipped for value addition elsewhere. And so through all that time, it was clear to me that the supply chain was very disproportionately designed. So much so that notwithstanding all the investments that exist globally in semiconductor and advanced chip manufacturing, 0.01% comes into the continent in terms of the total value of $570 billion. Semiconductor Technologies Limited is the only semiconductor manufacturing company in the continent. We're located 3 hours from Nairobi in Kenya, which means we're in a rural community. Our vital statistics are that we are 100 employees now after 3 years. 70% are women engineers. Our demographics are, we are 25 years old on average. Well, if you add me, it's about 35. And these are the most vibrant minds, and that'll explain a little bit about origin in just a minute. So the barriers to entry of advanced technology and industrialization in the chip technology space, in my experience, was number one, was workforce and skills. I know the Honorable Minister talked a lot about heritage education 5.0, I believe. I think that a lot of merit has to go into our institutions. However, the disposition of the education system is designed for job seekers. However, if you look at Kenya, where I've been now for 5 years after moving from the United States to start this venture, Kenya is a very vibrant hustler type of an ecosystem. Everybody has a side job, is doing something different. So there's not a shortage of energy for us to be where we ought to be. I believe there's no shortage of academic energy for us to understand foundational concepts around advanced technology, manufacturing and otherwise. So what's the gap? The gap, in my opinion, and I'll tell you this, it's not a very flattering thing for me to tell you, but what I heard from the large chip makers as I was trying to convince them to get entry into the continent was, well, we just don't feel that the African continent has the capacity to absorb advanced technology. So I said, fair enough, so what do we need to do? And I said, of course, it's rhetorical. I know that our institutions can generate the capacity that we need. And so the first barrier to entry is skills. The second barrier to entry, secondary by far, is CapEx. The third is policy. And then, of course, we started addressing some of these issues deliberately and started our venture in 2019. Unfortunately, we landed, or I should say fortunately, we landed right in time for COVID-19. Now, COVID-19, as abhorrent as it was, actually shaped what STL is today. 100+ engineers doing amazing things in advanced technology. And why did that happen? Is because our business model was built on bringing in enterprise from United States, Europe, and Far East into the continent wholesale and starting an enterprise. Well, COVID-19 showed that that was not possible. All the supply chains closed down, and so we had to do it organically. Today, Honorable Chair, one of the things I can report to you is in terms of advanced technology, those young men and women 3 hours away from the capital in a rural area are producing the most advanced technology that there exists in the continent. And so we've solved the skills issue or the perception of a skills issue. In terms of CapEx, obviously we need a lot of investment inflows to support the CapEx. We need government intervention, obviously. Today, Executive Secretary, one of the things that is important to me is not only did I come here for the forum, I came here and met partners. We're working with a Flexim Bank right now, talking about how we can create capacity in the mineral value chains and workforce development. We're talking with Google and others about how can we hyperscale some of the platforms that we're trying to build. We're talking to many different people, including the Botswana government through the NEO Hub, on how we can start creating centers of excellence for chip manufacturing in the continent. So about Origin. Origin is a platform that puts together research and development innovation towards the creation of enterprise, micro SMEs, SMEs, large cap companies, and generally the global supply chain. So what it is an ecosystem that has the academic to commercial nexus that allows for ideas to originate or ideate and go into production. And so Origin, a brainchild of UNECA and United Nations and the AUEA, is a really, really vibrant and important part of what we believe advanced technology and industrialization will be to the African continent leading up to 2030 and 2063. So with that, I'd like to appreciate all the guests that have spoken wildly about all the things that we're doing. I really appreciate the value chains for minerals. Semiconductors are built out of minerals. All the vanadium, titanium, all these minerals that need to be purified, right, have to be built on silicon. Right now, we have evidence in Uganda and other places that there is the right type of polycrystalline silicon that can actually manufacture silicon wafers. And that means the value chain for silicon has to be observed if we are going to be successful in microchip manufacturing. So with that, thank you very much, and that's what we're doing with the Origin Labs.
Very much, Dr. Anthony. I think there's nothing to add to your presentation. I think we are connecting to the global value chain with chip production. And India also, went through this process in which the diaspora had to go back home for them to have that kind of transformation in terms of the kind of production base on semiconductors that they have currently in India. So we're on the march. Africa is on the move. We'll open the floor for comments, questions, and observations. Executive Secretary, I'll call you last. You'll be the last to be called to give a summation. The floor is open, dear participants. Yes, please. Can we have the mic, please?
Okay, not to use time. Thank you, panelists, first of all. My question is for Minister Rwanda. I wonder, as you talk about vaccine production, I wonder how you think about strategy for immunotherapy, particularly. Are we talking about development, or are we just talking about production efficiencies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Please identify yourself before your intervention. Honorable Minister, I'll come to you. Let's go to the back, please.
Thank you. The question I have is to the minister in Ethiopia, but all the panelists may also chip into it. We are in Ethiopia.
Please, can you quickly identify yourself, please?
My name is Tamsan Mamakubela from the Republic of South Africa. I come from an entity called African Council for Graduates. Minister, my question is, why is Ethiopia not producing its coffee in Ethiopia? Why are we shipping all the beans out of Ethiopia? That's value that is going out of the country. CSIR has spoken from South Africa. We have a lot of technology that we can assist with, including equity, to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amani, you want to come in?
So thank you very much. I am Dr. Asfour, President for the Africa Business Council, which is established by the heads of state to be the voice of the African private sector. Thank you very much for all the panelists. I just comment on the minerals, because for us, there was just mining in Daba in South Africa, and President Ramaphosa said, we want to stop exporting rocks and dust, and that we have beneficiation for our minerals, exactly like what you're talking, my brother. So under Africa Business Council, we have 22 clusters. One of them is mineral development resources that we are organizing, inshallah, in Cairo in November, Africa Mineral Development Summit, where we will talk about what you are just mapping exercise of what's existing on the continent with reference to minerals, whether green minerals. We know that by 2030, we will need 40 million electrical vehicles. Who will manufacture the batteries? We have everything on the ground here. So this is one thing about the investment opportunities with reference to minerals, even for gemstones. You know, all gemstones go to Jaipur, India to be cut and polished, and then go to the international market. We are not beneficiating it. Again, for our project, we are having now, want to put training centers for cutting and polishing our own gemstones, and find direct access to international. So it is very important, the role of the private sector and the engagement of the private sector with all the African institutions, so we are able to identify the investment opportunities, and again, put the roadmap, and we need from the governments the enabling environment. And I believe that we have all the expertise on the continent. Like for instance, vaccines, in Egypt we have Vaxera, which is the most powerful vaccine production in Africa and the Middle East. We can join efforts to transfer technology. Again, this is the mandate of the Africa Business Council. And one thing, because our ministers here, one thing we are pushing for is to have at least 40% of all government procurement goes to African private sector. Whatever on the African soil, we should not bring it from outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think this is very exciting. I mean, the conversation is top-notch conversation. And I want to thank the panelists for such a high-level pitch. I just want to comment on this issue of confronting poverty. Because poverty, when there's poverty, there are two things that happen. People who will not be successful in confronting poverty are those ones who approach it with schizophrenia. You are made to doubt yourselves. You are told everything is Africans don't, Africans don't, Africans don't. To label Asians like this, Europeans like this, and all those prefixes, they mean a lot of things. So I think it's time to just focus. I was looking at Doc, his presentation about semiconductors. It's full of confidence. You can see they are doing things. And again, I think it's about, did you approach what you approached with schizophrenia? No. You approached it with focus, with silence, and let people see the results. And you focused on home, which is the people that are at home. And I think it is very important, if any society, Africa or Asia or anything, if you have to be taken seriously, just focus on your stuff. We normally say in our language, don't look back at the person who is whistling. Let them run after you and then come and talk to you. Because sometimes Africa listens to too many whistles. Just focus. People will talk, say, hey, you're useless. You say, okay, and so forth. I think it's important that we stop justifying ourselves. Let's just do. Look for food. Let's do the technology for food. Health. Look for technology for health and do it and focus. And I think this is what I'm getting. I can't keep quiet about this thing. I think this is very high level discussion. And I hope that anybody who listens goes to work and gets their feet and hands dirty. We are too clean sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Others should be reference points for us. We should not look for validation from anybody. We should validate ourselves. We shouldn't be validated by others. I thought, sorry, you wanted to say something? Okay. So, Executive Secretary, yes, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say why we set up this panel. Sometimes when we talk in theory, people don't understand it. We wanted to bring really the people who are making things that are real. And from what they have said here, from the hydrogen to almost everybody here, these are the things that are being done. It's not academic. But I think what we wanted to prove was that if these things are done, all these people are Africans, doing it in Africa. It's not far away. You can go there and see it. How do we replicate it in every country? what do we need to replicate it in every country? And that's why here we brought in other set of people. These are the people who are going to say, where do we get the money? And how do we do it? And it's not going to be done by government only. It's going to be done by government in a partnership with the private sector. Both of them need each other. What our colleague from Afrexim Bank said, that we don't eat potential. This is what we have been saying. Let me just to give you some numbers. You have to be patient with me. When we are discussing about the battery initiative, and we are looking at the potential, as you've heard, that the study that was done together with Bloomberg, saying that we have a potential to reach 46 trillion, not billion, trillion, by 2050. Then you had to look at everything that has been said in the past, that over 60% of the entire arable land is in Africa. 40% of the world's gold is in Africa. 71% of the world cobalt is in Africa. 65% of the diamond is in Africa. 77% of platinum is in Africa. 65% of the manganese, the one that we're using for battery, is in Africa. I could go on and on and on and on. So when you are in conferences, we talk about it and we get excited. But that's potential. I think what is more exciting is how do we turn this one into really improving the life of the Africans? And we at ECA, we are trying to see how we work with all partners to make sure that we do what these people in Frontier are doing. If it is vaccine, we don't have to import 100% or even 99%. What can we produce here? If it is energy, how do we do it here? And as a friend, the work that we are doing with Afrexim Bank, how do we make sure that it is not only that block of DRC and Zambia? How about Southern Africa? How about West Africa? How about other parts of Africa? How do we replicate it? How do we do it right? So that we can go into the details of the how. And people are there. Once there is an opportunity, the diaspora that went rushing to greener pastures, as he mentioned, they'll be running back because this time there is opportunity. Meaning we add value, the money stays here, we create jobs for Africans, and we provide the necessary skills. We train at all levels, from digging in the ground up to the value addition, and this is going to be the future. But let's not talk about it only. Let's try to understand what these people are doing, and let's discuss how to scale it up. For us at ECA, this is the most important. We want this one here not to be another just talking shop, but we want to make sure that it benefits everybody, it benefits African countries, it benefits the youth. Because if you are going to say we are the future youth, how are we preparing ourselves? Where are the jobs? We don't want just the traditional jobs, we want the future jobs. We want the new skills that are going to help in terms of adding value, and that's what's going to make a difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Executive Secretary. And that's why our mantra in ECA is ideas into action for an empowered and transformed Africa. Ideas are good, but they are not enough. They have to be put into action for this continent to be transformed. I'll start from my left this time around in terms of quick response. 1 minute. I'll start with Dr. Anthony. Please pronounce your name for me, please, if you don't mind. So your surname? Kithinji. Okay. Dr. Anthony Kithinji, you have the floor, please. 1 minute.
Thank you. So I'd like to, first of all, talk about scaling real quick. The model that we're using for scaling is an open Silicon Foundry platform, which means as many problems as Africa has is as many solutions as microchips have. And so therefore, we anticipate growing into 5 nanofabrication plants in Kenya, but also to grow into 3 to 5 countries by 2030, including but not limited to Botswana, South Africa, Nigeria, Angola, Mozambique, Nigeria, I think I said, in Cameroon. So we're looking at all these places as creating this nexus between academics and commercial that then accelerates the implementation or the delivery of SMEs and micro SMEs, and thereby creating employment. To do this, we have to engage in innovation and education, especially in STEM, but also in a more inclusive way, because companies don't just run on STEM. They also run on mentorship. They also run on business systems. They run on intelligence systems. So through the OSFP platform, which we'll be launching this year, we hopefully will be able to scale up semiconductor manufacturing, initially through the universities, and then thereby, after that, into high-throughput manufacturing. Continent-wide, we're working on the ACSC, which is the Africa Continental Semiconductor Consortium, which will then bring all the big players into the picture to design an Africa-centric supply chain that will then multiply the capacity of Africa to produce chips for use in all the challenges that we have in our continent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anthony. Mr. Abdullahi Diank, you have the floor, please.
Yeah, so I want to mention that there's enormous talent on the continent when it comes to AI and machine learning. We're really good at science. We have Carnegie Mellon University in Rwanda, and then we have AIMS, the institution that's in several countries in Africa. And what I've seen is that a lot of them are actually leaving, right? And we all know this, but a lot of them are leaving to Canada, Germany, and so on, because there's a high demand. On the startup side, there's also a lot of activities happening on the continent. We heard about Isola and, sorry, Ikatibu, I hope I'm pronouncing right. So, and this is not the only two. There's a lot of AI startups at the moment that needs support. You may know that we talked about BioNTech. InstaDeep, which was basically started by 2 Tunisians, ended up being the largest company to be bought over by BioNTech. This is the largest acquisition we've never seen, right? So the potential is there, and also let's pay attention to the community activity. At the moment, people are not waiting for us. There's a lot of community activity around AI and machine learning and upscaling. In Ghana, we had a large conference welcoming over 1,000 practitioners, AI specialists in Ghana for a great discussion. And the same thing is happening, hopefully, in Senegal this year. So let's invest on our talents so that they can stay at home. That's my thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gimbo?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the key message that I just want to reinforce is that Africa is not poor, and we should stop going abroad to really beg. We have got the resources, we have got the skills, Afreximbank and our partners, we have the money. Let's basically work together. We established the African Club of all the financial institutions in Africa. We need to work together as brothers and sisters. We should do the regional value chain, collaboration, cooperation, not cutthroat competition. And this is one thing that we really need to learn. If Zambia has got copper, DRC has copper, they can't trade. But we need to add value. We need to beneficiate such that we create trade. Intra-African trade is very low, and it is largely because we are not doing much in terms of value addition, beneficiation. So we need to promote intra-African trade and investment. This is what Afreximbank is actually focusing on. Afreximbank, we pride ourselves as a Pan-African multilateral financial institution that is actually owned by you as the member states. So we'd like to partner with you to transform Africa. We believe it can be done, and it should be done within a relatively short period of time. With partners like ECA, I think, and all the honorable ministers in the room, I can only say the future is bright. And with technology, everything is possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gemo. Honorable Minister Butera, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. I just want to touch on the question of immunotherapy that was raised, which is extremely important so to understand it, and partially because they were exposed to prior infection that have similar characteristics like SARS-CoV-2. So what does that say? You really need to understand the genome and the biology of African. In Africa, only represent 3% of genomic sequencing in the world. It's extremely low. You can't be saying that you'll be representing 50% of the population and yet doing 3% of the science. So there are a few centers that are doing it in Africa, 2 or 3 that are doing it at a very high level. We really need to invest in extremely large-scale genomic sequencing. And again, there are centers that have already done it. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. These are African scientists. We just need to scale it up. It's important because once you understand the biology, that's how you'll be able to mount immunotherapy molecules. In fact, BioNTech is an immunotherapy-based company, and the choice, as I said earlier on, was strategic in that way, because you're looking at the future of science. So you're talking about cancer. And as you know, we're moving towards letting chemotherapy on the other side, which kill every cell, but going to targeted precision medicine, which is immunotherapy. And BioNTech, actually, DNA is immunotherapy. Right now, as my colleague has said, you also need to couple it with AI models, and that's how BioNTech brought on board InstaDeep. So these are the things we really need to invest. It's mostly skills that you need to put in, but again, it is done for a purpose, is to keep the population healthy so that they're able to produce, contribute to the economy. So the mRNA technology is not only, again, for health only, you can apply it to agriculture, etc. And there are other techniques that we didn't talk about here today, CRISPR and others, but these are really the future of science that we're talking about. And in Africa, there's a model that's already done. We just need to scale it up and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We'll move on to His Excellency, Honorable Minister of Water and Energy of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Engineer Abatu Galeta, to kindly take the floor and respond to the comments.
Thank you, Moderator. Haftamu, I think the name of Ethiopian is a little bit complicated. The question is very simple. Rather than saying coffee, let me take a little bit up on the value chain. So why the minerals, expensive one? We send this abroad, we pay big foreign currency and pay back, get back with our resource. I think that is the way it should be understood also from this panel. That's what we can understand. A very simple answer. When we are going for attraction of investment or investor, we have to create appetite. So the appetite should be with certain modality. Second, it is green as well. It's from hydropower. Therefore, investing on agricultural product with a cheap energy, with a green energy, is one of our parameters that we made that as an appetizer for people to come. It's not only for industry, but for other sectors as well. It should work and it should be available. Finally, the point that my brothers have been saying, cooperation. We don't have to duplicate also our investment, because that will not make the investor also profitable. If we are good in hydropower, let's think in Somalia or in Kenya or somewhere in geothermal. Let's think somewhere in solar. Let's think somewhere in agricultural product, so that we can create economic interconnection among our nations. And innovation is a basic for this as well as the topic of our discussion today. It should be scientific, because Africa is really promising. My brother was saying the potential, yes, unless we know the potential, really investment will be of no worthy at all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, Dr. Engineer Galeta, we're indeed very grateful. We'll be closing very soon in 1 minute. Just give us a minute. Just to sum up, I think this has been a very interesting and very engaging session, and I'd like to thank the panelists. Please join me in thanking them. And without you, the session would not have been possible. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, who have been here to grace the occasion. Another round of applause for yourself, too. Just some key points in closing. The first is that a lot is happening on the continent. Whether we are talking about the production of semiconductor microchips or to applying artificial intelligence to production at the local level in terms of agriculture. And we've also had the fact that we've got the skills. It's not about the capacity. The capacity is there. All we need to do is to harness the capacity for development. The whole notion out there is that Africa, in terms of capacity, is not in tune in terms of artificial intelligence and technology, but we are hearing that this is not the case. We've got our universities producing capacity that can really support our quest for technological revolution on the continent. The bank is here. The money is extremely important. The policy environment is extremely important for us to do this. But I think also it's extremely important for us to document our experiences. We need to tell our story. We need to create our own narratives. And I'll close with a parting word from Chinua Achebe, which he said. Achebe said, until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. That's Chinua Achebe. We need to tell our story ourselves. And that's where I stay coming. We need to document these experiences. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
We'll just invite the speakers from the previous panel and moderator to take a family photo. Another big round of applause for this expertly moderated panel discussion.
I'm just getting the okay that we can go ahead. That we have even more time for our networking session taking place straight after this final panel. So please do not leave the room. We will be proceeding immediately to the next panel, looking at making development investable. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask you to regain your seats as we proceed with the next panel. It's always good to see the excitement and enthusiasm to connect with one another. And in just 1 hour, we have a dedicated networking session for all of us to be able to connect with one another. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you one more time, if you may very kindly regain your seats so that we may proceed with the next conversation. Our panelists are already on the stage, ready to engage with us, to share their insights, and to tell us more about how we can make development investable. So without further ado, it is my absolute honor to leave you in the very capable hands of Dr. Hubert Danso, CEO and Chairman of the Africa Investor Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our moderator and panelists a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much, Chair. Usually the money makes people stay in the room, but so hopefully we can sit down and proceed with this panel. As the MC mentioned, a very warm welcome to you. My name is Hubert Danso. I'm the CEO and Chairman of... Sorry? She's saying hold it. Hold it, okay. Okay. It will be held. Continue? Okay. Well, a very warm welcome to everybody to this Making Investment Developmental session and Making Development Investable. And it's a play on words, and it's going to be a play on a paradigm and a new paradigm shift that we're going to be unpacking in this session. My name's Dr. Hubert Danso. I'm the CEO and Chairman of Africa Investor, and I chair the African Sovereign Wealth and Pension Fund Leaders Forum and the African Union's Continental Business Network. I think I'm going to take the Executive Secretary's good guidance where he said when it's a conversation on public and private sector, we should be frank and open because we're looking for some high degrees of transformation in our work. You know, 2023 has been a really big year, MDB reform agenda. We had the new Financial Pact Summit led by President Macron, which also drove an investment agenda to transform the global financial architecture. Then President Ruto led the African Climate Summit, which came out with this really innovative new program and platform and instrument called the Nairobi Declaration, which has been very warmly welcomed by both the domestic and the global institutional investment community. We all then went from Nairobi to New York, where we convened around the UN Secretary General's SDG focus, where we basically looked at the review of the SDGs, and there was an ambition summit, and again, that really doubled down on looking at the review of the global financial architecture. And I think my colleague also mentioned that there was a very big announcement of African multilateral financial institutions coming together during this Heads of State Summit that's really beginning to look at Africa's position and voice and leverage in that overall global financial architecture conversation. We then ended the year at the COP28 presidency in Dubai, where there was lots of finance discussions and a real flurry of announcements around investment in Africa, investment in green industrialization, and the new repositioning geopolitically, and one we believe that Africa should rise to the top, both economically as well as geopolitically. But there were four sort of key observations that we drew from those intense, open, and frank discussions. The first was that there is and has been a multilateral development bank private capital mobilization market failure, that we really need to address and understand those long tentacles and the impact that will have on from education right through to industrialization. And I think this statistic has been characterizing this issue, which really talks about the private capital mobilization ratios. And there, it's fully understood and appreciated that for every $1 of multilateral development finance that's provided, that's supposed to catalyze and mobilize $10 of private capital. And unfortunately, according to the G20, that's resulted in, for every $1 of MDB finance provided, it's only mobilized 20 to 38 cents. And we know we're in a continent now where, unlike G7 nations, 90% of our financing needs need to come from the private sector, so we need an absolute different posture. And under this first observation that talks about how we need to embrace and then move on and build on and work from the recognition that we have a private capital mobilization market failure, it's really about appreciating perhaps a bit of a root cause to that. And the suggestion in line with the theme of this particular panel is that there's been a long history of essentially taking African assets or African development opportunities and really seeking to make the investment community that has a very different fiduciary mandate and really asking the investment community to make investment developmental, which is outside of the actual mandate. So that's just one key observation. The second observation that came out of all of these different initiatives and agendas is really looking at how we can ensure that we deliver on this need to incentivize this exponential increase in institutional allocations to African climate, African technology, and African SDG-related investments to close our $3 trillion financing gap between now and 2030 and then moving on to 2050. And I think the emphasis really needs to be placed on the words incentivized. We're now competing not in a world where we can develop a portfolio of projects and then take them around to our usual suspects, friends and colleagues, to see if the project is interesting. We're now working in a world of wholesale investment mobilization that's heavily incentivizing the private sector. An example being, we call them investment earthshots. In the United States, they have an investment earthshot known as the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, that Inflation Reduction Act in the last 12 months has been able to mobilize $500 billion of private sector capital for climate alone, which is essentially, in some cases, almost 10 times the amount that we as a continent have been able to mobilize over the last 10 years for all sectors for foreign direct investment. The fundamental piece of that is getting a model right, having a strategic plan to be able to incentivize capital to flow at scale. So the third point is, as we talk about this whole reform agenda that's designed to be able to mobilize private capital at scale, there's a bit of a misunderstanding happening in the market. The misunderstanding is that there's a presumption that an increased and optimized and leveraged multilateral development bank balance sheet is capable of closing the overall private capital mobilization gap for the continent. And in fact, the research has now shown that because of the size of the $1.5 trillion collective global multilateral development banks balance sheets, that at best, if all of the reforms are implemented, only 10% of Africa's financing gap will be met. So we absolutely need to really understand what has been called for. And what has really been called for is something described as climate investment statesmanship. It's really, I think one colleague said if our heads of state could have been here, they would have been participating in a very transformative conversation. I think a key part of our conversation is our heads of state are very, and rightfully so, involved on the public financing agenda. But we also have a 150 to a 200 trillion pool of institutional assets, both African pension funds and sovereign wealth funds and global institutional investors that have not really been engaged. So we've actually been calling for, these forums have been calling for more engagement with heads of state, which we're calling climate investment statesmanship, to create a new partnership which is known as an institutional investor-public partnership. And I'm happy to report that has not fallen on deaf ears. Those of you who would have been in the closing plenary yesterday for the Heads of State Summit, you may have heard President Ruto, when he was giving his report back on the outcomes of the Committee of African Heads of State on Climate Change, made a very explicit reference to the Heads of State commitment to work strategically and to work very pragmatically with both African and global institutional investors on mobilizing private capital at scale that supports the Nairobi Declaration, and of course a number of those elements also impact Agenda 2063. So, and the final sort of key observation was really that the paradigm shift is not coming, it is here. And that is one where we really need to look at a new investment and future fit business model to be able to attract private capital at scale. And I think it's one that's really much more predicated, as we've said, on not focusing on trying to make investment developmental, but being able to compete with the likes of the Inflation Reduction Act in the US or the Net Zero Industry Act out of Europe, but rather seeing how we can take our sort of developmental endowment and really make that investable to get the scale and drive the industrialization. So that's hopefully just a little bit of context about the theme and the focus and the discussion that we're going to be having about making development investable. So we're going to focus in this panel on looking at some of the bankable investment models to scale private capital mobilization at speed, and really looking at some key sectors. We've heard a lot about infrastructure. Now we're going to delve. We have some of the foremost investors and minds and institutions on this panel investing in infrastructure. Similarly, ICT, agriculture, and of course we have a broad understanding and a framework that we want to be able to provide input into called the Nairobi Declaration and Agenda 2063. And I think all under the African COP presidency, which really is designed to do two things in terms of engaging domestic capital, as well as then enabling that domestic capital to leverage and crowd in that 150 to 200 trillion pool of institutional capital. It's called an institutional investor public partnership. So as I mentioned, I've got some of the great minds and institutions here with me, so let me just tell you who they are. There is a little expectation about a round of applause after I mention the names, just to be forewarned. So we have Admasu Tedesi, who is the President and Managing Director of the Trade Development Bank. Thank you for the round of applause, everybody. You'll understand why once you start speaking. We have Mr. Solomon Asamoah, who is the CEO of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund. Big round of applause. We have Kendra Gaither, who is the president of the US Africa Business Center and of the US Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. And we have someone who's going to tell me who they are, replacing another colleague, but I'm sure they're going to have some excellent things to say.
Yes, Dr. Dancer. I'm not replacing anyone else.
Okay.
I am in your agenda.
Oh.
If you go down the list a little bit.
Down the list. Would you happen to be Christine?
I'm Christine. Yes,
From
I
the
am.
ITU.
Yes, I am. And I'm just so pleased to be on this panel with these distinguished panelists. And we are women and men on this panel, mind you.
We like to take a balanced approach here, so I'm glad that was recognized. Christine Sund, Senior Advisor for International Telecommunication Union, Regional Office for Africa. You are most welcome. Fantastic. So look, to get us started, I'm going to just call on my good friend and colleague, Admasu Tedesi, really just to give us his views on, we hear a lot about where are the African pension funds, where are the African sovereign wealth funds. We only invest in things that are strictly of a certain profile, and development tends to be described as one of those areas that falls outside of that profile. And we believe that if you want to take advantage of the opportunity of making development investable, we have to determine whether that's actually accurate or not. So I'm going to turn to you now, Admasu, and when we just look at the agenda, attracting African institutional investors to African development that has impact is absolutely critical. I think that's well established. But I'd like to have you share with us your experience about how you went about transforming a classical trade development institution to one in which now many African institutional investors, pension and sovereign wealth funds, form part of your shareholder base. Does that not counter or debunk the myth, or is there something that we don't know? Please share.
Well, Hubert, definitely it's been a very unconventional route we've taken over the past 10 years. Going back to 2015 here in Addis when the SDG financing conference took place, the terms crowding in the private sector, the term leverage was everywhere. And there was this big sense that for us to be able to really get some serious momentum to the SDGs, you needed to bring in serious capital, and we all know that that's not taxpayer money, it has to be institutional money. And so we were historically always 100% state-owned or taxpayer-based in the sense of our shareholding. And we said, well, let's see if we can walk the talk. So we had some strategy sessions, we invited some institutional investors into some private discussions, and we said, well, what would it take to bring you into the fold? Not just at the level of transactions, not just at the level of private equity funds that DFIs might support or sponsor, but even to bring you into the institution itself, just to sort of drive home the message that partnership is serious. And so they said, well, we represent institutional money, which has a specific character to it. We need a triple bottom line. We know DFIs, MDBs do give impact, but how can you ensure you give us a reasonable return and give us a voice and give us a place at the table so that we can actually help ensure that triple bottom line agenda comes through. To cut a long story short, we went to our shareholders and we said we want to change the capital structure, we want to change the governance model, and we want to invite the real institutional capital in and give them an equal place, so to speak, at the table. To cut a long story short, that was about 8-9 years ago. Today we have 20 institutional investors who are shareholders of the bank. They sit in Ministry of Finance meetings alongside central bank governors, and they participate in a lot of discussions. And they have board seats. It's a very unconventional way to go for an MDB. And we're very fortunate to have African shareholders who are very open-minded and willing to innovate. Today we have a capital structure that involves Class A shares, Class B shares, Class C shares, and now we have hybrid capital. And some of these segments of capital were precisely designed to bring in institutional capital. And African institutional investors surprised us. We were never so sure how strong the response would be. We were actually doing roadshows in Europe and in Asia, because those are the usual money centers that we go to. Those are the typical targets, so to speak. And then all of a sudden, African pension funds in Rwanda, in Mauritius, in Seychelles, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Mozambique, you had all these institutional investors who said, you know, we never had appetite. We never really believed in the triple bottom line proposition. We hear a lot of talk, but we don't see the walk. And so one by one, they came in, and today we have a track record of about 8 years, issuing consistent dividends to them, but giving them that very nice development impact. And now we're going beyond the normal capital structure. We're looking at hybrid capital. We're looking at doing special bond issuances in local currencies in the different African market jurisdictions. And it's been a real great story. And today, actually, we found a way to reward our institutional investors by going into the marketplace and finding deals and packaging them and allowing the guys who invested in us now to get a nice slice of the deals that we do in the marketplace. And now some of them are like, okay, so you promised to give us deal flow in addition to just coming into your capital structure, and we've delivered that. And I have an amazing story of a particular telecoms company that was not listed, that was privately held for almost 100 years. The investors finally felt that they had made enough money over a century, they were ready to leave, and they decided to sell this company. And we said to the pension fund, we know you don't have access to blue chip equity in your own market. We found a company that you might want to take a nice slice of. So we did something very unconventional. We literally did a merger and an acquisition type deal. We enabled a consortium to buy this company, but we told the consortium at least 25% of that has to go to the pension fund. Another 25% has to be listed on the capital markets so that the ordinary people in that country can also participate in the deal. And so we've shown that we're not just talking it, but we're doing it.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations to you. That is a living institutional investor public partnership. But I just want to stay with you just for 1 second for you to be able to distill that pitch. What was that pitch to the pension funds who classically would not have allocated to an institution like yours before you made all those necessary changes that got them over the line?
Now, most people would not expect this answer because we just came out of an AU summit. The big G word, the governance word, everybody expects that to have been playing out in the big summit. Well, here's the thing. In the financial world, in the corporate world, in banks, governance is king. Right? It's king. It's actually just as important as in the political space. So when you can actually give investors that comfort that you have a good strategy, but it's underpinned by a governance model that gives them comfort, it really opens up appetite. Because the big problem really is about whether people live up to their promises or not. And governance is very key in that. What we did is we gave them a sense of how the incentive structure was going to work. Once we got their money, we weren't going to turn our backs and kind of leave them out in the rain, so to speak, because that's sometimes what happens. So we brought them into the board. We came up with specific incentives for management, for staff, just to make sure that, you know, results would matter, not just in terms of annual reports, but they would have to matter in a very real way. And so now our institutional investors know that our interests are aligned, right? So we don't just look at them as soft sources of money or sort of long-term capital that doesn't have to be rewarded in the short term. We make sure that there's a dividend yield that comes through, because pension funds have retirement people that need that flow coming through on an annual basis. And private equity funds typically take 10, 15 years to give you your money back. But what we said to them is, we'll give them a nice equity return, but at the same time, we'll give them some healthy dividend yield, and we will not deprive them of the yield and the liquidity that they need. And so we've managed to do that, even during the height of COVID, when the very simple thing to do was to suspend dividends. We wanted to send a message to African institutional investors that even when things were hard, we would still live up to our promises to them, and we still paid a dividend during that very difficult time. And so today our institutional investors are quite happy, and they're our ambassadors. I don't even have to pitch anymore. They go to pension fund conferences and they say, hey, triple bottom line, we did it with this DFI.
Fantastic. What an example of making development investable in a way that benefits all. And I think that alignment of interest obviously clearly goes and went a long way. So the perception that institutional capital will not go into something development, I think you've just addressed that very clearly. The next perception is that it is not possible to mobilize $10 for every $1 of finance. In other words, this multiplier, this mobilization capacity does not really exist in the market, so therefore we should just resign ourselves to a very low level of $1 of MDB finance equals 20 to 38 cents. But I'm going to turn to you now, Solomon, and you've worked with multilateral development banks and development finance institutions over a large part of your career, and now you're an African institutional investor who's actually been delivering $10 of private capital mobilized for every $1 of institutional capital that you provide. So I'd like you to just address two things. What lessons
invest in infrastructure throughout Ghana? But it did something quite unusual. It then put an independent board in place to oversee the investments, and didn't put a ministry official on the board of the institution, and gave us a very clear mandate that our role was to encourage private sector investors to invest alongside us in the market of Ghana. They gave us $250 million initially, which is a substantial amount of money for a country like Ghana. We knew right straight away that $250 million would not be able to get the impacts that we wanted. We need to leverage the private sector. And so we asked ourselves, what is the best way to do that? Well, we realized that there's two things that you need to do if you want organization will run. So since that time, we have now invested around $325 million in 13 infrastructure investments across Ghana. We have managed to raise $10 for each $1 that we've put in to the investments. So when our investments or projects are finished, it will represent about $3 billion of investment into Ghana. We've also, as well as having investors or financiers invest alongside us in the project, we've also managed to get investors or financiers to invest into the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund by providing lines of credit from two reputable DFIs, the African Development Bank and the French Development Agency. And we are talking to a couple of other DFIs as well to provide financing. When they first did their due diligence on us, the DFIs, they went through everything. How we operate, how we work, our management structure, our governance structure, our decision-making structure. And that was the sort of rigor that enabled them to feel comfortable enough to provide financing to GIF. So it's not a rocket science, but it's quite difficult to actually put into place. The other thing that's extremely important is your selection of projects, money from the international community. It's a very interesting model. It's worked very well. We are now looking at further sources of funding and further sources of projects that we are doing. But essentially, those are the lessons that we've learned for the Ghana Infrastructure Fund.
Thank you. And advice to other MDBs, if you were going to distill this into your little bottle of potion that they could use to transform their private capital mobilization ratios?
Far be it from me to advise the mighty MDBs. But I think that, well, we have to be clear about something. We were mobilizing private sector for cash-generating private sector-led projects. So we know what the private sector needs to see. They need to see cash flows. They need to see a line of sight to how they're going to be repaid. If the multilaterals are doing the same thing for public sector investments, then the criteria may be a little bit different. But if they're trying to leverage private sector, then the rules are the same. The private sector will tell you what they need to see before they're all right to check. You can't bully them. You can't guilt trip them. You can't make them try and feel sorry. If they don't see what they need to see to satisfy their credit committees or their boards, they won't write a check. So you have to make sure that you give them what they need to see.
Yeah. So I suppose that's coming back to the previous point, that it's a little bit of a futile exercise trying to make investment developmental if it doesn't meet the basic criteria. And perhaps you might lose a lot of time and a lot of development opportunity if we persist, perhaps going down that route that hasn't necessarily delivered.
But I wouldn't leave it at that. I would twist it around, and also you can make development investable. So if you put the right capital structures in place, if you put, if necessary, a first loss in place, if you put certain structures in place, then you can attract the private sector more easily. And this is the whole topic of blended finance, which we've heard much about.
Fantastic. We may just come back to you on that one as well, but I'm going to move to Kendra now. I think a lot of this is talking really about ecosystems to be able to get the scale. The market needs to have a high degree of confidence. You know, we're very sentiment-based. So to you, Kendra, I think you appreciate, I think we all appreciate that institutional investor-public partnership ecosystems are critical to delivering this private capital mobilization at scale. So of course we've talked a lot about infrastructure, but I'd like to get your views on what are the key strategies and opportunities that you see that could make agriculture development investable for private capital to be mobilized at scale into that sector.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the honor of being here and being able to join all of you in this conversation. I'd like to first start by aligning myself with the comments of my distinguished panelists, because I think what we're talking about in terms of the ecosystem, what we're talking about in terms of making investment in agriculture investable, are very much the same criteria that you see across sectors, very much the same. For those of you who are not as familiar with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, let me just tell you a little bit about why I'm honored to be here today. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce is about a 100-year-old institution. It's the world's largest advocacy organization. We are present all across the United States and have a very broad reach globally in terms of our affiliates, our American Chambers of Commerce, which are present in over 100 nations around the world. So with a presence like that, which includes millions of companies in our membership, we often get questions about how can we increase more investment in our country. And so as government leaders come to the United States and meet with their counterparts, or they're at the United Nations or what have you, they come and they ask us at the Chamber, how do we get more American investors to come to our market? And so it does, we're quite frequently having these conversations about how to spur investment into spaces maybe where there hasn't been as much representation. And what I heard from my panelists is very much the kind of conversations that we have and the way in which we know business community assesses opportunities. They're looking first at whether or not there's an opportunity. Then there's the question of whether or not they have access to that market. And then third, it's questions of rule of law. And so questions that you heard around governance, questions that you heard around that feeling of trust, understanding what the rules are for being able to navigate a market, are as important for an institutional investor as they are for any other type of investment. This is particularly important when you're talking about infrastructure, or in the case of agriculture, it's not just crop yield in and of itself, because there's an ecosystem that's involved in how that plant first is seeded, how it grows, how it's harvested, and how it gets to market. And this is particularly important for the continent because, as you all know, and as we heard Fred Swaniker say this morning, there's a significant amount of food product that is imported into the continent that has the most arable land in the world and has great capacity to be not only the breadbasket for the continent today, but as populations grow and as the world continues to grow, is well poised to do that. And so, given that, and given that the Nairobi Declaration does call, as part of its call to action to boost agricultural yields, we convened our business community to take a look at how we could help propose solutions to being able to make agriculture more investable. And truly, solutions for increasing capacity and productivity on farms within Africa are needed to be able to not just feed the growing population, but to be able to look at the ecosystem that enables that. So we were able to launch a report that I brought a copy of it, you can find online, called Enabling Ecosystems, that gets very much to that point. And this white paper was produced and taken to COP28. But looking at sustainable agriculture in support of smallholder farmers in particular, who make up the majority of farmers on the continent, and really focusing in on that community, which is key for producing yields, key for increasing efficiency, and often fall in the gap of those who are not easily able to access funding to be able to scale and to grow. And so our goal in advancing these policy recommendations was really about how we talked to our partners to help them mobilize and be creative in their solutions, but also in our government partners as well in terms of creating more opportunities for investment in this space. And how we could really help expand partnerships between the private sector and multilateral institutions to do so. And so I'd like to pick up two of the solutions that we called out in particular. One has been referenced by my distinguished panelist here, Solomon, which is the question of blended finance. That it is as effective in agriculture as it is in other spaces, and really the idea being that it can help enhance efficiencies, and especially so when you look at the life cycle of the project, anticipating all stages of a program from conception to upkeep and a financial plan. This means bringing in financing preparation facilities, feasibility studies, cost to serve capacity, and infrastructure needs, as I mentioned before. And really, often where we find that there's gap in this process is at there's an effort to develop, but there's maybe not as much consideration in terms of maintenance and upkeep costs that have to be factored into the financial commitments that are necessary to really spur sustainable agricultural programs. Second, I would just call out the opportunities that our recommenders pointed to in microfinance options. And I think that strengthening microfinance is really critical when you look not just at smallholder farmers, but when we talk about the inclusive nature of growth that's called for in the Nairobi Declaration, because in bringing out more microfinance opportunities, you're allowing for more participation, and this particularly allows us to be more inclusive in women farmers, and women access to loans, which we all know has been shown to markedly reduce poverty levels. And so we found that increased support for MFIs, particularly from international institutions, as well as national government subsidies and tax policies could help expand the longevity of these loan programs. And so really what we see is that as you look at the African Union's Agenda 2063 strategy, and we look at how to mitigate risk, which is really key in how you build that space of trust and encourage more investors, the idea of co-investing and how to co-invest with small farmers to scale, whether that's through equipment, through inputs, through knowledge and skills transfer. These all are part of supporting a critical component of development on the continent when you look at agricultural possibilities.
Thank you very much, Kendra, for that. Just staying with you just very briefly. Absolutely, absolutely. There's been a lot of interest from both African as well as global institutional investors to have some clarity on this ongoing conversation around climate, as you mentioned. There's the Nairobi Declaration, agriculture, and AGOA. So we understand that AGOA may now be a means to be able to enable investors and countries to be able to participate in some of the incentives and benefits of the Inflation Reduction Act. Have you come across that issue at all? Are you seeing the administration in the US? I know you're right across the road from the White House, so as they go to the White House, they then come and see you to get the private sector take. Is this an issue that you're hearing a lot?
It's a fantastic question because we are starting to see that in the process. For those of you who don't know, and I'm sure you all do because we're all very accurately and acutely aware that the AGOA, African Growth and Opportunity Act, is scheduled to expire on September 30th, 2025. And that's a real challenge because anytime there is a window of horizon for investment, it's longer than a year, it's longer than 18 months. And so the fact that there is this precipice that is out there that there's some concern that AGOA will not be renewed in a timely way is a real concern. And as the debate continues, one of the conversations that has happened is how do we ensure that AGOA, which the Chamber supports being reauthorized, and we're continuing to talk not just to the administration but to Congress, which has a say in this. But as we talk to them about reauthorization, what we're hearing is there's a desire to ensure that utilization of AGOA increases, so not just that it is extended, but we're all intentional about ensuring that utilization can grow, but also in looking at how there are how's connective tissue between things like the Inflation Reduction Act, things like spurring investment that will allow for greater yield and greater usage of AGOA. So that's a conversation that's happening real time. It's in agriculture, it's in other sectors as well, and we're looking forward to doing our part to not only see AGOA extended, but to collaborate on ensuring that the utilization is much higher so that African countries can benefit from this program.
Fantastic. Now we're going to jump from agriculture to ICT, tech, green tech, artificial intelligence, robotics, data centers, and all of these great things. And I'm sure that you're going to be able to help us, Christine, unpack some of those. But I think really, we just really want to get a sense from you about what are the best institutional investor public partnership options. There's a whole different long-term patient capital ecosystem that operates in different continents around the world. What do you think is going to be required to actually get private capital at scale to see, our trajectory to be able to go from education in STEM right through to these very productive and transformative technologies? Ideally, from our good friend and colleague here who's talked about the battery manufacturing value chain starting in the billions and then ending in the trillions. This is what President Ruto made as one of his key messages during the Africa Climate Summit. For us as the long-term institutional investment community, we want to be able to allocate to what we would describe as an investable asset class. So what we're really looking for, I suppose, from across all of these different areas, be it infrastructure, be it agriculture, be it ICT, be it education, how can this be aligned with our investment policy statements and mandates so we don't have to, as long-term allocators and institutional investors, have to look at projects on a singular basis, but we can look at it and create an investable asset class. It'd be really great to get your views on that, about how you see that unfolding and the opportunities there.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Danso, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's really a pleasure for me to be here with you. And my case, I will actually take technology and the need for digital infrastructure and the investment therein within a very specific case, but I think it really applies to all the different sectors, including agriculture that was just talked about, and we also had discussions about education this morning. So my focus here is really on aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063, which is, let me read, an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of African people. So it's really with people at the core here. And couple this with an Africa whose development needs to be anchored in education. So also making reference to SDG 4 and the discussions we held here this morning, and that was also emphasized in the panel just before us. We cannot achieve all of those excellent value change without skilled people. So let me go a little bit deeper into that. And we heard on Friday in the pre-launch of African Union's theme for 2024 on education that there is actually not enough money. African countries do not have enough money to implement SDG 4. And it was really called for alternative approaches, and I think you also, moderator, mentioned those. We need to have alternative, new approaches to look at how we can finance this. And also with reference to Honorable Minister's comment earlier, our spear focus is on connectivity of schools, connectivity of students, teachers, and with this bringing connectivity to communities. And let us look a little bit about the numbers that are required as a backdrop before I speak to what we had in mind and to answer more directly your question there, dear moderator. So first, if we look at the, what is needed to address the digital infrastructure financial gap, so we need that digital infrastructure to connect schools, but also connect inside schools before we can even talk about bringing digital technologies to scale education and bring quality education across the continent. So we can see that at the global level, we have a digital infrastructure financing gap of more than $420 billion US. This is what's required to connect the remaining 2.6 billion people on the planet to the internet, to connectivity. And we see here that almost 70% is required in low-income countries and in underserved regions. And here we don't only have an investment issue, we really have a complex challenge that has also a development aspect of it. Because when there is lack of connectivity, we are depriving communities of opportunities to meet the specific socioeconomic targets and goals. So connectivity there is really the discussion I want to have here within this investment context. And this lack of investment in infrastructure really makes these inequalities even bigger. And we can, if we think then even further when it comes to landlocked countries or those really remote areas, that even is aggravated further. So I don't want to go into the things that have already been mentioned here, the gaps in traditional finance, but also the opportunities there, of course, with blended financing. So now that's where I'm just going to focus on the contribution I wish to bring to this discussion. Because we really see that if we look at a blended financing approach and apply this across sectors, we can really de-risk the investment, and de-risking the investment in connectivity that is there as an enabler across these sectors. So, but we also see that there is not enough use of blended financing options for expanding digital infrastructure. OECD reports say about 1% is used, and so why is this, and why is this now then such an opportunity that we should explore together? So let me then go to my use case, which is an initiative where many of you are involved, and it was also mentioned this morning by the minister from Botswana in terms of connectivity for schools, a UNICEF ITU initiative that really looks at connecting a school, connecting the community, and with that bringing the benefits to the entire country. So what is Giga's unique position in mobilizing funds and partners? And why is this working so well now? And of course, with your help here and your expertise in investment and financing, we hope to go even further. So we're looking also for some suggestions on that in from you. So at the core is really strategic partnerships and bringing together different types of expertise. So when we look at UNICEF, for example, has a global reach. ITU has expertise in standards, connectivity, and digital solutions and infrastructure deployment. And through this, we've been able to establish a collaborative framework that unites public and private sectors, directing infrastructure towards those critical connectivity solutions that are there. We cannot do connectivity without the private sector. It's as simple as that. It just cannot be done. And we see this also from the past experience. It needs to be a joint venture between public and the private. So if we look then at, well, what does Giga really do for those of you who are eager to learn more about Giga? And I wish I had a big map here on the screen here. We help governments to map schools and then have real-time connectivity information feeding to the government on whether or not those schools are connected or offline and then needs an intervention. And you would here see a map of African countries with a lot of red dots because the schools are not collected, but more and more green dots where we can see which operators are providing connectivity to connect schools. We also model infrastructure, regulatory data, so we work with this data to really provide the governments with the information they need for decision making on investment. And then, and with that information, we then support on governments to find those right layered financing solutions to pay for connectivity, for the infrastructure, the CapEx, but also to have sustainable models in place to keep those schools connected once the infrastructure has been drawn there. And finally, we also help governments to explore how to contract connectivity for schools. So here, emphasizing again the core strategic partnerships. We are also looking at innovative financing solutions, and through us working with governments, bringing in a mix of private, public financing, grants, loans, and funds from the Universal Service Fund, and I can speak to that a little bit more later if that is useful for those of you who may not know what the Universal Service Fund is for connectivity. So up to now, we've been able to unlock over 1.7 billion for school connectivity. And just so that you don't get me wrong, this is not money that is coming into ITU or UNICEF pockets by any means. This is really money that is being invested in the country context to meet national priorities and national targets and goals. And then just finally, also to mention the technology component here. Yes, we have been using AI modeling to find additional schools to be connected. So we would look forward here also to exploring those partnerships further. And that information is fed back to the government for decision making. We are also exploring in different other ways, and this is really we're learning as we're going. We're bringing engineers, data scientists together in our Giga Technology Center in Barcelona. The Giga headquarters is in Geneva. And I do encourage you all to send your engineers and data science to work with us for some time to develop solutions that will meet your specific country needs. So I think finally, I think that's where I can leave the discussion for now. Over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. That was a really helpful intervention. And I think Jeffrey Sachs and a number of others, President Nana Akufo-Addo and others at the Global Partnership for Education, absolutely, absolutely. You know, talked about the return on investment for education being in the region of about 20%. So really beginning to package that as an investment opportunity linked into the whole overall ecosystem is a really important.
Chairman, can I just make a quick intervention?
Yes, you may.
Because the ICT sector is so important. We thought about it long and hard as the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Ghana, what we can do in the ICT sector. And we figured out that, you know what the problem is? The problem is the basic infrastructure is not there. If you build the basic infrastructure, the private sector will take over. The innovation and the thinking and the tech and the digital will all sit on top of the basic infrastructure. In a place like Ghana, we were lacking the basic infrastructure. So we formed a company with a private sector company that's laying terrestrial fiber across the country. We are now, before the end of the year, we will have laid fiber that touches the north, east, west, and southern borders of the country, as well as data center, etc. Once that happens and we lower the cost of broadband, then it becomes much easier for the private sector and all the users of it to lay on top of it. And we could take a longer term view as the Sovereign Wealth Fund, as the investor, and take a long view of getting repaid that maybe some private sectors couldn't do. But that was the model and the approach that we used for the ICT sector development.
Fundamental and foundational. So congratulations to you on that. That's exactly what we need, and we want to see that scaled across the continent. But again, we come back to this issue of scale. And I want to get your views on not only the issue of scale, but how that can actually then link into filling that gap. Because I think when we tend to hear scale referenced in the marketplace today, it's effectively orders of magnitude that we're talking about as opposed to the scale that's required. I think we've already seen the research which says after all of the reforms and all of the scaling of these public sector balance sheets, there's still going to be a 90% private capital mobilization gap. We've talked about blended finance. To de-risk just our climate technology-related projects, the 3 trillion, that's about a 550 billion to a 750 billion de-risking gap. And if we begin to look at what our sort of blended finance capacity is in the market, that is under 100, well, it's under at 1 billion. And we're now talking about 550. So it's that transformative leapfrogging, conceptual thinking that we're trying to figure out. How do we create an investment case that links that, for example, at 550 billion to 1 trillion with the 150 trillion to the 200 trillion pool of capital as an investment proposition? I think we already know the value of investing in education over the medium to long term. You can get a return, but also then you boost education and you completely transform markets. The second point that comes into this, which would be interesting to get your views on, is there's been some pushback around blended finance. And as you know, from the investment community, we're rather sentiment driven. So as we talk about education, there's also a lot of education that needs to happen in the investment community. So part of the thinking around blended finance is that as we communicate there is someone to take a first loss in a transaction, we're effectively saying there's going to be a loss coming from an African transaction. So I think what the messaging is sort of suggesting is, as we talk about the first loss coverage, that we can also talk about there is a misperception of risk, and there's perceived risk, and there's also actual risk. So I'd be interested to get your final views on that, and what would your top recommendation be to heads of state to be able to crowd in private sector capital at scale to address this elephant in the room, this 90% that we still have to address even after all of the MDB financing reforms? How can we address that 90%? So perhaps let me start here, and then we just come along, and then we'll close out that way. So over to you, Kendra.
Thanks for the question. And I would just say that what's exciting to me about being on this panel is I think there's a lot of synergy in terms of how we are all thinking about these issues. And as someone who's worked in government and academia and business, what I've seen is that in each seat where you're sitting, there's a key gap in terms of how you're engaging. And so I think when I think about recommendations and I think about how we're going to address these things, it's really about co-creating solutions. And that's something that we're very much active in. I'll just give sort of 2 examples. One that's part of ag, broader ecosystem, but one in terms of how we're mobilizing investors and trying to help address those perceptions of risk. I would call out an ambitious project that is happening that's bringing together Angola, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Zambia, the build out of the Libido corridor that I'm sure many of you are aware of. These governments came up with an effort to really build out a holistic ecosystem of infrastructure through rail to create opportunities to be able to build out agribusiness there that could utilize that rail system, as well as access to global markets for production and movement of mineral goods. And that's an ecosystem issue where for an investor who is new to investing, the question of how you interact into this this ambitious plan is one that wasn't entirely clear. And so a number of countries came together through a G7 partnership for global initiative, global infrastructure investment, put down $600 billion worth of support behind this project to try and create a floor for companies to feel comfort in coming into this space and being able to bring their expertise for renewable energy, for agribusiness, for all of the different aspects that are going to connect communities and create infrastructure for additional growth. And so I think being creative and co-creating solutions is going to be a key way. And then second, I would note that a few years ago, the Chamber of Commerce started a program called Advance with Africa that really directly speaks to the question of how do we break down this perception of risk so that we're elevating success stories like the ones that we've heard on this stage that are practicable solutions that other investors can follow in terms of accessing the market, because we know the opportunity is there. We know the innovation is here on the continent. We know that there are solution sets that can be elevated. It's now just breaking down the risks and giving investors a greater opportunity to understand the upsides of being here and being co-creators in that partnership. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Solomon?
Thank you. For me, the challenges of blended finance is the way they've been made too complicated by the providers of the so-called subsidized capital. I mean, essentially the definition that I hear, I don't know if they've changed it recently, was your project more or less has got to not be profitable, but if we give you the capital, you make it profitable. And that in itself turns off the private sector, because it means that the cushion or the margin for profitability is very suspect. So I think it's better differently structured. The way we do it, we decided to do it at GIF, is to actually provide equity, but take the same risks that the co-investors or co-financiers are taking. So if we lose money, if they lose money, we lose money. If we make money, they make money. And we found that there was a much greater resonance from co-financiers and co-investors to that structure, because we have the weight of the sovereign behind us. That can be a good thing, that can be a bad thing. But it's a really good thing when you're doing infrastructure projects, because you have to be really close to the government to unlock or to solve problems. And the fact that I can pick up the telephone and we can get to the highest levels of government and hopefully try and solve the problem gives a great deal of comfort to potential co-investors and co-financiers, as long as we operate as a commercially minded entity. So there's different ways of mitigating the risk to attract the private sector.
Africa 10, 15 years ago, there's a very high chance you could go and walk into a branch of a global emerging market type bank and get facilities, open letters of credit, get working capital and all of that. This day and age, the punitive environment of global regulations has made Africa even more risky. And this is very unfair. And Africa has institutions like us who are there to sort of stopgap some of these measures. But at the same time, you now have new global regulations coming in and making it even more difficult for us to operate. And I think this is where the UN has an important role to play, because we don't have a voice in the global financial system. This is what President Ruto's been saying. This is what a lot of African leaders have been saying. We already have the credit rating system that is so badly stacked against us. You know, the whole perception issue has been made very clear. You know, it's not about always a reality. It's just about, you know, a bad narrative that's out there. We have a number of partners as TDB who have exited the African continent, and they've just said to us, the cost to serve Africa is just too high. We're not interested anymore, right? And why is that cost so high? It's not that there's no technology. We know fintech has been very successful in Africa. There's a lot of agency banking. MFIs have become very successful at the microfinance level. But you now have global regulations that have created an environment where it's just very, very difficult to get over the hump and say you're going to continue doing business in Africa. And so I think even in markets like Kenya, which is supposed to be one of the more interesting emerging markets in Africa, even there you have banks exiting. Big names, I don't want to mention them. And I don't think global regulators are thinking enough about, you know, the very rigid policies that are being introduced to combat things that do need to be combated, whether it's money laundering or counterterrorism financing. These are all very bad things that need to be dealt with. But the policy responses tend to be very blunt, and what you have the effect of is basically crowding out all of these institutions, and they say, hey, it's not worth it anymore. I'm not going to take an $8 billion fine for being active in Africa. I don't make that kind of profitability in Africa. It's a low volume environment. It's just not worth investing in all of that compliance and whatnot. So I think there are these issues. And then, of course, as African multilateral financial institutions, we're now grappling with new global regulations that are just sneaking up upon us. All of a sudden, we take the big risks going into last mile jurisdictions, least developed countries that the UN is always talking about. We know that the normal private sector doesn't go into most of these LDCs. How many African countries are investment grade rated? Very, very few. You can count them on one hand. And it's already rough enough as it is, but you have these very blunt regulations always coming out globally that doesn't help the ecosystem. I have clients from Europe, from the US, banging on my doors often for facilities
because they don't have other financial institutions to access. And I say, geez, I wish I could go to your capitals and tell them that I'm actually your handmaiden too. Maybe they should help me also be more effective and not always throw these spanners in the works. So I think there are these bigger issues that need to be discussed at forums like this that are bridges between Africa and the rest of the world.
No, I completely agree. This whole issue of regulation, I mean, banking and financial services regulation, and these sort of punitive, supposedly unintended consequences, absolutely we have to deal with. But then when we talk about all of our advantages around green tech, our natural capital, and youth bulge and dividend and all of these different things, then we know that there's a $10 trillion per annum and growing global green industrial economy, and then we see CBAM on the left-hand side. So I think what we are hoping, and we really look forward to under the leadership of the Executive Secretary, is to see how this forum can exist alongside each heads of state level African Union summit. Because we believe that this is an issue that really plays into this whole issue of what we're calling for, which is climate investment statesmanship. We want a conversation where the largest pools of institutional capital can support your engagement, can support other multilateral finance institutions' engagement like the Africa Club. As universal owners, we own public and private sector assets around the world. So we believe we can play a role. We want to play that role in partnership with the Africa Business Forum and the Executive Secretary and his team here at ECA. So absolutely got your point. And in bookend and closing remarks.
Let's be positive. That's maybe what I would say. And let's also include connectivity of schools within this portfolio. Let's make investing in connectivity of school as a very attractive and business opportunity as well. In order for us to do that, we need to work together to develop a very interesting, trustworthy investment opportunities. And we can do this together based on data, information, and sit together and create those business opportunities and investment proposals. And this is really what we have done through GIGA already. We have worked together looking at the private and public funds that are available, see how we can use those to even go further. And let me give you an example of what we did in 2023 in 4 countries. And let me mention the countries: Kenya, El Salvador, Sierra Leone, and Sao Tome and Principe. So actually across different continents here, we were able to work together and mobilize a total of 400,000 million in loan and grants coming from the European Union, the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, and the Islamic Development Bank to augment the national funds that are there on the table. So this is my plea. Let's be optimistic. Let's look for new solutions and explore areas that we haven't done before. Bring partners and stakeholders, perhaps who have not yet discussed these matters together, and then with that, get investment into connectivity of schools, and through the connectivity of schools, connect communities and also support the other sectors.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Well, you were last in, and you were first in, and now you're last out with those excellent remarks. Let's all be very positive. Institutional investor-public partnerships between large pools of capital, the private sector, heads of state and government, I think are the conversation that we need to have and can deliver this developmental dividend that we're all looking for. Please join me in thanking my excellent panel for their comments, and thank you for being such a great audience. Thank you.
We'd like to continue the conversation and allocate a few minutes to commentary, questions from the audience.
Okay, wonderful. That's a privilege. Okay, if you could, raise your hand.
Please.
We'll take the lady over here.
So I'm just going to take these 4 questions here, and
Okay,
then we will wrap
super.
up there.
And if you could just please identify yourself and who you're directing the question to, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Stella Agara. I am here representing an organization known as the MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, based in Arusha, but specifically their flagship youth program, which is the One Young Africa program. So the constituency that we work for, which is young people between the ages of 18 and 35, around this conversation are normally very concerned about sustainability, safety, and security, and the ethical conversations around the issues of science, technology, and innovation. And listening throughout the day, I have picked that we were basically celebrating innovation, celebrating science and technology, but I felt like the conversations were kind of lacking in a conversation about ethical considerations. Africa is last in the game, and therefore we do not have to make the same mistakes that other people have made before. That's the advantage of coming last. Are we having sufficient ethical conversations? Do we have a space where we are negotiating on behalf of our continent concerning this? And do we ensure that all the voices then find their way into this conversation in a way that they are not silenced, especially in the spirit of leaving no one behind as espoused by the SDGs? The second one has to do with indigenous knowledge, connection to technology. I don't know whether, because sometimes business is about bottom lines, but I don't know whether investment is now focusing on ensuring that indigenous knowledge in Africa finds its way into how we adapt technology, and especially if there is indigenous knowledge that is superior to what we are trying to adopt, that we ensure that then it is elevated, it is given prominence, and that we constantly try to ensure that we sell some of that indigenous knowledge, especially where it relates to dealing with food security, food sovereignty, keeping the power to produce in the hands of women and young people, as it has been, and also addressing matters of health in the continent. I think it's extremely critical that we don't leave this conversation celebrating without thinking about what do we need to be careful about, and injecting that into our education system to ensure that those who are inheriting the technology or are on the other end of this investment are actually going to find a creative space to continue implementing the technology and not start struggling with new problems as far as the health indices and other safety indices are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella.
Thank you very much. My name is Elias Lewy. I am from Institute of Geophysics, Space Science and Astronomy from Addis Ababa University. And that is the oldest research institute in Ethiopia, more than 65 years old. And my question will be to all that were giving a presentation from the morning until now. I was expecting to hear something more in the research area, but for me, I was feeling that it is a modus operandi. I mean, when we are talking, I mean, my sister here also said it now. I mean, how far are we ready to invest on basic research? This is my question, because when we see European countries, European Union, and banks there, and in US and so on, part of their development investments, they are doing it in basic research area. But when we see here in Ethiopia, let it be AI and so on, we are talking AI also needs basic research. Without basic research, we cannot talk about artificial intelligence. So how far are we ready to invest on basic research? Because, for example, some European or US agencies are investing in basic research on Africa, but their researchers, the way they want it, we have to come in partnership with them, and we will work to what they defined as research. Okay? How far are you ready to support African research institutes so that they can strengthen their research to solve the societal problem? Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Masara Warner. I'm the founder and managing director of IGNA Investment. We do run equity crowdfunding platform to mobilize capital, especially from the African diaspora that sends billions into the continent to finance African SMEs that are the engines of Africa. So my question to the panel, especially you, Admasu, is that you mentioned using unconventional approach to get to institutional investors to come up with a win-win, not only for TDB, but also to the investors. So how do you think that could be translated into, in a very, very small scale, like the SMEs investment, to go into blended financing, for example. You also mentioned about how many investable companies are there in Africa. You know, we used to think that the issue was investing and mobilizing capital, but also it is really challenging finding investable, attractive destinations here in Africa. So how do you think we can be unconventional as well to attract even putting you on the other side and FDB to attract you to support us, to technical assistance, to get them to be investment destinations, as well as blended financing. And extending my question to Solomon, maybe using blended financing, not to catalyze 1 to 10, but maybe even get to 1 to 5, because there is a lot of capital and amazing African businesses that we can catalyze. How do we translate that from your perspective? Thank you.
And just in front of you.
My name is Shamiso Fred. I'm from Zimbabwe, and I'm the CEO of an organization called African Business Women Association. I'm not going to talk about SME because that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. That is an engine room for all economies in the world. There's a huge gap between what's being done at a commercial level, at a higher level, compared to what SME is receiving. We keep hearing every day that SMEs are not bankable because of their informality. But day in, day out, we've heard a couple of conferences in this continent where everyone is talking about development, infrastructure, but we are forgetting the basics, the people that are sustaining the continent as we speak. I speak on behalf of my country, Zimbabwe, where at least $10 billion circulates within this informal market, and then the $2 billion is just found in the formal market. My major problem is I've attended several conferences in the continent. We've heard quite a number of those. We keep talking. Nobody is walking the talk. The moment we leave this conference, we cannot get hold of anyone. We send emails. We try to see how we can implement. Don't you think enough is enough? We now need to start implementing. We cannot start talking. The distinguished gentleman here talked about how major corporates are leaving Africa. And be it a policy issue, I'm not really surprised, because as Africa ourselves, we're not doing enough. We love talking, we love gathering, we have all the ideas, we have all the ingredients, but nobody's really implementing anything. We shouldn't blame anyone who's packing their bags and leaving. What's stopping Africa? We have all the resources that we need in this continent. What's stopping us from doing value addition, from the value chains? What's stopping us from doing beneficiation? Why do we always love going around with a begging bowl, asking people to help us? When we could we should stop looking east, west, north, whatever direction. Look within Africa. And until we get the basics right, we're going nowhere. We could have several of these conferences, but nothing's going to happen. Let me give you one good example. My colleague here and I, we arrived in Ethiopia yesterday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But we left the airport 2 o'clock this afternoon. Why? Visa. Why does an African need a visa to get into Africa? When someone who's traveled thousands of miles away is welcomed with open hands. Why do I need to travel to Dubai to come to Africa when I've just left Zimbabwe to come into Africa? Those basic things, until we address those, we're going nowhere fast. Thank you.
We will now start with the questions and answers and allocate roughly about 10 minutes to be able to respond to some of these commentaries.
Okay, well, the first question I'm going to give to my good lady friend here, I think it was Stella's question. You can respond to that one.
Thank you very much. I'll respond in any way in the best way I can to the lady from Arusha, and just to say a big thank you for bringing those issues up. And that is really why we are convening here. UNECA has provided us with a platform to get this kind of input so that we can put them on the table towards the Africa Digital Compact input that will feed into the Digital Compact, that is the global document. So I think you summarized very well. I could also hear a sense of frustration in there, like saying, well, why are we not getting to the real issues? Now here we are hearing everyone. Let us put those issues on the table, the African issues on the table, so that they can then feed into these global platforms as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I mean, even to that point, I think the overall sort of global financial architecture conversation was really focused a lot on the billions to the trillions. But what came out of a lot of the more recent discussions is that we should actually rather be looking from an institutional investor perspective about how do we address the real economy issues. So the whole billions to trillions framework has now gone to trillions to thousands. And in the context of being able to figure out how do we actually get large allocations to SMEs, the key intermediator is technology. That's what's really going to disintermediate and transform this. So we're in the right place at the right time talking about the right thing. And I think ECA have given us a great platform, hopefully, to almost institutionalize this discussion with the key leaders that will be able to take this forward, work with us, and make this a bit more impactful. So to your point.
Yeah, just to say I feel your pain. I think it's very true that there's a huge gap at the level of SMEs, but even more so at the level of startups. And I think something that should at least give you some reason to be positive is this morning there was a very interesting agreement signed between UNECA and Google, where Google is coming in to provide a lot of support to startups. I think this is the most promising thing that I've heard this past week. And so there are global companies that are coming in and beginning to address that segment of the financing landscape that banks like us are just simply not set up to do. That said, I need to also give you some other good news. We are working on a crowdfunding innovation here in Ethiopia, including the stock exchange. The idea is actually to build on the success of what's been achieved in the US, to see if we can actually upgrade it a little bit and have some more screening and vetting done so that the amounts that can be allocated through that kind of platform can be a bit chunkier and bigger, and it can reach the SMEs easier. That said and done, I think the other good news is a lot of financial conferences these days talk about these issues. We have much bigger allocations. 5 years ago, I didn't have an SME program. Today, I do. And we've been active in a number of countries. We do realize that SMEs need local currency solutions in most cases, not hard currency. So to get over the mismatch issue, what we're doing is we're giving a lot of guarantees. We're going to commercial banks, we're going to SME financiers, we're going to MFIs, and we're telling them, look, double what you're doing. We know you have risk limits, you have appetite issues to go too far, but we will now stand behind you, double up, triple up. If you have problems, we will share the pain. So, that's the good news. There is movement here, but obviously the demands are very big, and this is why the global ecosystem issues need to be addressed. This is why we need to keep attracting big global players here, like I think Ambassador Gatete has done really exceptional by bringing Google to announce this big initiative today. We need more of those. MasterCard Foundation, I think, is one of the other partners. They have very big allocations here. They're doing really well, too. But I think at the global level, the allocations are not enough. I think I go to a lot of pension fund conferences, and even though I have a pretty good story as TDB, I'm a $10 billion institution. I'm pretty strong in the African context. I go outside, and sometimes my ratings are even investment grade. I'm BBB rated. I'm higher rated than, many Eastern European countries, right? But even then, I'm told you come from a geography called Africa. And when we have global allocations, and our allocations to Africa are this size. So even if you have the right ratings, we don't have the allocation to your geography. And these are the things where we need global engagements, we need global champions to help us, push the envelope a little bit more so the deserving players can actually come out, make the case, and get a bit more.
And be a rising tide that lifts all ships at the same time. So over to you, Solomon.
Thank you. The only point I wanted to make is that let's understand that SME financing is very difficult. Many institutions have tried it and failed. I think the solution is to get specialized financing institutions that focus on the SMEs, so they can learn all the lessons and they can provide tailored solutions to SME financing. So some of this capital that's floating around, that's trying to find a home in blended capital, it should be targeted towards specialist SME financing institutions. So they have the capital, they're on the ground, they can provide the finance and the tailored solutions to the SME financing. If we don't do that, I fear that nothing will change. And the good news is that we've seen lots of these little things springing up in many different countries. In my country, Ghana, there's a couple of new ones, initiatives coming up now, where they're looking at all of the issues that have gone wrong and trying to tailor solutions so that SME financing can take place using technology. To me, that's the game changer now, using technology. If you want small loans in many of the developed markets, you actually don't even need to see anybody. You can do it online by an app, because they have a system of what works and what doesn't work. We're getting to that stage in Africa. So I see that as the way forward. Technology and specialized SME financing institutions.
Fantastic.
I'll stick with the theme of SMEs and noting that often companies who are partnering in this effort are also addressing the gaps at a more micro level. I elevated 2 examples from our Enabling Ecosystems report, but there are lots of other examples where companies are partnering with smallholder farmers, with SMEs, to be able to improve yields. And it's not in any way to supplant indigenous knowledge, which was raised by our sister, but it's really about providing additional tools, training, resources. And so I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that some of the company partners who are rolling up their sleeves to work at the micro level, include companies like APSA, which is doing ag guarantees, companies like GE Vernova, which is providing additional sustainable energy. Not unlike Google and what they've offered for startups, there are other companies like John Deere offering additional training or access to equipment and resources and technology to be able to better adapt to the current circumstances as growth, and technology really help scale solutions, but also help us address these climate innovations in a way that is meaningful and responsible. And so there are companies that have as part of their mandate, to work at that level in a way that maybe institutional investors are unable to do. So I would just say that that I elevate, the solutions that are offered here and recognize that many of our countries are really powered by small and medium enterprises, micro enterprises in many cases, and that it's incumbent upon all of us in that co-creation of bringing together government and bringing together universities and bringing together businesses and civil society. It's really about bringing everyone to the table so that we can be intentional about developing inclusive solutions.
Thank you.
Very much.
Back to you, moderator.
We'd now like to welcome closing remarks for this panel from Executive Secretary Gatete. We know that this is something that is close to your heart and look forward to hearing. May we have a microphone? You can take one from the stage.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this has been really, really, really helpful. And I want to thank everyone who has participated in this, those who attended, those who have participated, those who gave us ideas. I really want to thank all of you. I just needed to make some few points. And one on the financing is what is going on in New York. For the Summit of the Future, of which the heads of state are going to take decisions in September, there are 2 very, very important elements that we need to know. One, let me start from the Global Digital Compact. And I was the co-facilitator for that, together with Sweden. We are the ones who met with all the civil society, got so much from the websites, all the contributions from almost all the continents. And I remember when we started, we wanted to demonstrate that actually technology works. So we sat with my sister from Sweden, Ann-Karin, and we said, okay, let's use artificial intelligence to actually write our speech. So we asked ChatGPT, we said, we want to give a very wonderful presentation. Please write us a speech. Then we got the speech printed, and then we went there, and I asked my sister, I said, read it in a very good English so that everyone can listen. And then after reading it, everybody gave a standing ovation. And then we sat, and then we told them that actually we didn't write the speech. It was written for us. And this is how it was done. And you can imagine the students who are also in the universities, that's the method that they use for them to graduate. So we went through that process. And now we consulted widely. We worked together with all the stakeholders. I've never traveled like that in Asia, in Europe, in North America, everywhere, trying to consult. And that's what I was telling the head of Google, that actually Google was following me everywhere I was going, together with my colleague, because we are consulting to see how we can compile all this information that would really form the basis for the Global Digital Compact. And for the countries in the South, the biggest really component was, how do we connect people? How do we train them? How do they access so that they can be even a part of the conversation? How does the artificial intelligence help? And of course, on other issues, we're also looking at what goes on, of course, on the forum. When you are using technology, there are these abuses that are going on. There is disinformation, there's misinformation, there's other things. But we are looking at how this one is going to contribute to development. And that debate has been going on. They are winding up, I think, in May. And then from there, it will be discussed on the political forum in July, high-level political forum, and then it goes for the decision of the heads of state. But in the meantime, the Secretary General also established a team, I think 26, that are working under the Tech Envoy that are really advising on artificial intelligence, because it has two components. There is one component that is for production, like the way we see it, but there's also other things which has to do with the security side. So that way then there is a debate that is still going on. And the one that goes with the security side, they are also looking at something which has to do the way we regulate the atomic energy and all that. So to see how it can be regulated. So there is a debate that is going on, and there is a lot of contribution to that. The other one is financing for development. Because over time that you all know that African countries and others have been relying on the concessional resources, mainly because not only that they don't have enough, these concessional resources are cheap, they are long-term in nature, but over time they have been shrinking. And most of the countries, because they don't have alternatives, they issue Eurobond, or they go on the other market, they go to development banks. They also sometimes go to the domestic market where you find that they are crowding out the private sector. And because most of our countries don't have good rating, you cannot go to open market because you don't have a AAA rating and get money cheaply. But at the same time, our banking system are also not well rated, if they are rated at all in some of the countries. So that becomes now a compounding problem. And that's why this was compounded by the problem where we have had COVID, and most countries have borrowed to save lives, not to invest, but to save lives. And when you see the impact of climate change, it compounded the problem. And then the war in Ukraine and what followed also had an impact. And you find that you have high inflation, you have high debt, you don't have enough room to finance, you don't have fiscal space. And if you decided, you still have to make a choice. Some of the countries, by the way, are spending more on debt service than the recurrent expenditure to run the government, let alone to do the investment in different things. And that's why there is this debate on the reform of the financial architecture. Now, asking the question, how do we solve this problem? It has been going on. And one of the things that has been really proposed is, one of the things that has been proposed, there are many frameworks that has been proposed in terms of solving the problem. If I went in, I would stay here for a very, very long time, but I don't want to take you through those kind of processes. And Secretary General coming up with this, at least SDG stimulus, the Bridgetown Initiative coming up, several decisions by the G20, and so forth. And now this debate has been going on throughout the different capitals, but now they are coming up to say, how do we do, what do we do about it? And that's the debate that is taking place in New York, that the heads of state and government are going to take decisions. But there is also another opportunity, because next year, 2025, there is also another financing for development debate. You remember 2015, we were all here in Addis Ababa trying to debate, and that's where the issue of billions to trillions came up. Now we are going to go again back to trying to evaluate where we are and what are the new ideas. And for Africa to contribute to this process, they have already been giving ideas, but in about 2 weeks' time, we are going to have a conference of ministers in Victoria Falls, and we'll be discussing about financing climate, financing development, and all the issues around it, and also technology. That's the meeting that will be, ministers of finance will be debating, and also the outcome from that will also be feeding it into the debate that's going on in New York. We are also conducting the Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development that will take place in April, 23rd to 25th in Egypt. That also will be debating those kind of ideas. I just wanted to give you those kind of information so that you know what is going on. But as for the debate here that we have been discussing, let me start with technology. Everybody knows that for technology, in as much as we talk about it, there are some fundamentals. You need infrastructure. Either it's broadband, or you can even use satellite. But also you cannot do all this without energy. So they must go hand in hand in terms of connecting the energy in the rural area, and also on the grid, to make sure that at least this kind of technology can be able to work for the people in urban, in rural, in even deep rural areas. And this one here, the Secretary General of the UN has instructed us as ECA to work together with ITU, to work together with the Tech Envoy, to make sure that we address this issue. And we're also working with other partners, such as UNICEF, which has been, as mentioned, with the GIGA initiative. How do we mobilize together the resources? How do we make sure that they have done quite a lot, but how do we scale up? How do we mobilize the resources to make sure that we can make a difference? And here I'm talking about the African continent, because that's what we ECA is responsible for. So this is really these fundamentals, so that we look at it holistically. It's not how many schools are only connected, but also how about the infrastructure, and what else is it? What's the impact of that? The other one that we saw, that also that we agreed with the ECA that the way we have been doing business together with other partners, maybe you can make a difference. And I think this is the issue which the moderator was trying to say, is we have opted for the regional value chains, so that instead of going country by country, let's take the entire region and be able to see what we can do together in partnership so that we can develop. That's why you see some of the projects that we discussed today in terms of Zambia and also DRC for electric vehicles and batteries. We are also working on Zimbabwe, Zambia, the agro-processing zone, so that we can now have a special economic zone, have industries, have infrastructure, and have the farmers producing for that so they can produce at scale. This morning I was talking with the minister from Botswana. One of the projects that also we want is that we know that they are really producing, they have mastered almost the production and the export of meat, of beef, to Europe. But then it has been only, the supply has been only from their own country in Botswana. And what we are saying is that why can't we scale, increase it 10 times, and then allow the neighboring countries to be able to supply so that the benefits can go to everyone. And then you're not limited also to Europe, you can go to Middle East, you can go elsewhere. So we are looking at something like that. We are discussing on Ghana and also Ivory Coast, the issue of cocoa that has been there for quite a long time. How do we develop a value chain that where you can add all the value, go through the value chain so that you can create jobs, so that you can add value, and then the resources also stay on the continent. You've heard about the diamond in Southern Africa, almost the whole area. How do we develop the similar value chain for that? And then to do that, nobody can do it alone. We have to do it in partnerships. You find the way we have been working in most cases is that each one works independent of the other. And here we have, starting with African financial institutions, the Africa Development Bank, the Afrexim Bank, we have the TDB here, we have AFC, you have others, which if we work together, we can just do a lot. But also we have other partners from outside, the ones that you see here who are partners in terms of development. But we need to be coordinated to make sure that we can have a big impact in that. So the partnership then becomes very, very critical. But also there is something else that we have not discussed among here, is the leadership and the political commitment. That's where we need to get the countries together. The decision really has to be taken by the heads of state and the government to make sure that the countries can work together. We don't see each other as each of the countries, and especially because we have all signed to Africa Continental Free Trade Area. There is no way we can develop without really cooperating together. And that's why meetings like this are very, very important. We are going to be consulting with you, and we are going to say, how do you get the money? Because apart from the institution that we have, the issue that the co-facilitator here was tending to, we have resources. I have been a Minister of Finance. The reserves of our country were being kept outside in the AAA rating and also the World Bank. And then you find your pension funds also kept outside. Your sovereign wealth funds also kept outside. I'm talking about the whole of Africa. These are huge resources that we have. They are all running away from the risk. But what we are doing here as ECA, what we are trying to do, why can't we de-risk? Take out the risk, and that will give guarantees to anybody who had either perception of risk or who is fearing risk. Then it becomes more comfortable to come and invest because you have done the de-risking part. And that's why we are focusing on to see if we can make a difference. And I believe that together we can make a big difference. And this is just the starting point. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. And a big thank you to our esteemed panelists, expertly moderated. Thank you very much. We'd like to welcome you off stage.
Okay.
Let's give them a round of applause as they
Okay.
exit the
I think we'll stay
stage.
for a photo. Well done. Excellent job.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yes, indeed.
We'll just invite Mr. Duran Avni, Google's Vice President of Government Affairs. We'll just invite you to stage just to have closing remarks from you and your thoughts and insights.
Okay, folks, it's been a long day. To start with, folks, we want to start. I want to thank the incredible UNECA team for making this event possible, so let's give them a round of applause. Also, a big thank you to all the panelists and all of you at the audience who really enriched this conversation with many insights. As we learned today, Africa is experiencing incredible change. Africa is one of the fastest growing markets when it comes to the internet. We know already that there are 570 million Africans online. And in the next couple of years, 300 million more will come online. That presents an incredible opportunity. We also spoke about AI today, and we know that AI could contribute up to $1.5 trillion to GDP in Africa by 2030. A significant opportunity there as well. At the same time, we also know that by the end of next year, more than half of Africa's population will be under the age of 25, right? So this creates an even more pressing need to generate economic opportunities. African-led innovation will be key to meeting such needs. I'd like to highlight very briefly 3 concrete areas that could enable Africa to realize the AI opportunity: digital skills, entrepreneurship, and partnerships. Regarding digital skills, it is vital to equip people with the necessary digital skills to thrive in the future workforce. To that end, we're excited to see promising startups like Ikitabu that spoke here today, contributing to the better access to information and to education. We'd like to see many more of those. Regarding the second point on entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship has an outstanding significance in Africa. Small and medium-sized businesses make up 90% of the businesses in Africa. Simply put, they are the backbone of Africa's economy. We should help them succeed. Through the Google for Startup Black Funders Fund in Africa, Google has invested already $7 million in more than 100 Black-led startups, and we're looking to do more. And finally, partnerships. No single nation, no single company, no single industry will be able to build an AI future of their own. We need partnerships. And today, we're excited about this new collaboration we have with ECA, and this partnership will definitely accelerate digital transformation in Africa. Let me conclude by referencing an African proverb that our AI assistant, which I hope you all tried, that's Gemini, suggested to me about the importance of collaboration in Africa. Where there are many, wisdom may be found. This is Africa's moment. Let Africa not just adapt to this new era, but rise as a force that shapes it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And this is how we conclude the forum for today, but it is absolutely not over. We'd firstly like to thank all of our speakers, our partners, and of course, everybody that has been working behind the scenes to make today an absolute success. We trust that you have all enjoyed the engagements, the conversations, but also the tangible commitments and partnerships that have taken place today. So thank you to all of you, to the audience, to the partners, and to the people that have made this happen. A big round of applause to all of you. Now, as we conclude, I did say that it is not over. We'd like to encourage you to engage and connect with one another. We've just heard here from Google's VP about the importance of collaboration for the African continent, so let's do it. We'd like to invite you to engage in a networking reception, which will take place in the terrace right over there. The ushers will direct you. From me, it's thank you very much for allowing me to serve you in this way. Goodbye.